Hello, hello. Can everybody hear me? Hey, what's up, Erwin? What's up, Swim? Wedge? Hello, everybody. Thanks, Swim, for being a first-time chatter. That's awesome. Everyone hear me okay? Music may be too loud. Oh yeah, well the music's coming down and the music goes away. Fading now. Full me. Hi everybody. My name's Kevin. I go by KGart82 online. I am a toy sculptor. I've been in the industry for about 20 years now, and I started streaming maybe 5, 6 months ago to do some stuff for me. And part of what I'm doing tonight and why it's a longer stream is I also do stuff with pals, and I've worked on a Kickstarter with my buddy Unparalleled Universe, and we're going to be working on some more stuff for that campaign. Campaign successful, yay! Coming out in the summer, and we're going to be working on one of the heads that people maybe I think saw yesterday for the first time. So we're going to jump over to the scene and we're going to get going on that. How is everyone doing tonight? Still day. Still day. Let's see. It begins. Yeah. Hold on. Let me. Part of it, I was working on a rifle because there's several different versions of Odious. There's a army or a soldier Odious. There is a cowboy Odious, an Inuit Odious, and one of the heads that I'm working on today. Hey, thanks for the gifted sub to Erwin, Mr. Brown. Good to see you. Erwin gets no ads. That's right. And we're opening it up, and now we get to see some amazing art from Bobo, which is what I'm working with today. Let's see. Dude, I'm feeling great. Nikki and I just worked out and the grocery shopping. Happy to catch us. Hey, thank you very much. It's nice to have you in here. Um, Ads are going to start in a little bit. So before I get started, I want to get those out of the way. I run ads like every hour. They're usually about 3 minutes or so, but we'll get that out of the way. But let me load up Odious real quick just so everyone can kind of see the full guy before that all starts. This was another head that we worked on. That's a really cool one. But what I'm going to do, since this is an existing figure and it's additional heads that we've been continuing to make, I have existing stuff to work with. Now, this one is a little bit different because there's a lot of new parts to this. So I'm going to see what I can kind of salvage from the figure that already exists and really, really mess with it because it's definitely a different look. Let me pull up another Odious head here. See if we can find a good one. I mean, they're all good. They're all fun expressions and stuff. Let me see if I can find one that pops up real quick. And then we'll get rid of the skull. Oh, maybe. Oh, this is probably for a different one. All right. Actually, this is a fun one. I think this is for, yeah. So this was another one that we worked on. Kind of a Jason looking thing. Inspired by Friday the 13th. Oh, wow. Thanks, man. I appreciate the sub. It's not expecting this today. Actually, let's see. Let's go with the Ronin head, since that's the body that we're working off of. And this is one of the ones that I'm currently working on in addition to. The inside of the mouth has not been worked on yet. But yeah. Gotta support, gotta support. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Swim. For those of you that don't know, shout out to Swim for sure. Let's see, I'll do this. Go check him out. He's an incredible photographer, visual director, doing a lot of awesome stuff in the area, pretty local. And I started helping out modding with him, adding to the roster of awesome people that I like to support. So I appreciate the support in return. And lots of fun people in the chat tonight. Jester's another buddy who I did a collab stream with a couple weeks ago. So thanks again for being here. But yeah, appreciate all you guys. All right. I'm going to start the ads right now. And then for those of you that are hanging out that are now ad free, cool. We can chat for a bit before we actually get to work. It says ads in progress. Okay. Yeah, thank you for the subs. How am I feeling? Oh, I'm feeling good. Um, we'll see how this goes. It's a longer stream, so I'm not used to that. Usually I only stream for a couple hours. Got the kid yelling downstairs. He's doing homework, so he was out with the wife doing Pokemon hunting, so that was fun. How long are we going? Well, I usually start at 7 and go to about 9:30 or so, and my plan is to cook through. Make sure I stretch. Yes, thank you. Remind me, I don't think I have I have I think hydrate in there. But yeah, remind me to stretch because I'll probably lock in at some point once we get going. But yeah, wife and kid were poke hunting, having a fun time. Wife and I did some chores around the house today, and yeah, I have a lot of work to do, so I am trying to get it done. And so we're doing a long stream, so that way I can not be too bored. Let's see. I want to see ads. That's funny. Sorry, you've been gifted a sub, so you're gonna have to talk to Josh about that one. Let the subscription lapse. See, let's freaking go, baby. Time to log in. Go time. Yep. Let's see. So as you can see, well, I'm just still going for a little bit. So yeah, we'll chill for a little bit longer. Any questions or any thoughts on what's going on? Um, I can show the figure. Now we don't have the new figure, but I can show off, the I feel like I have them scattered around everywhere. So I'll pull this one, the Pantsless Wonder. So thank you. I appreciate you. Let's see. We'll go back to full me for a little bit. We got a minute left for ads, but yeah. So this was the guy that started it all. Odious, the Living Curse, partnered with my buddy Wade, who is Unparalleled Universe. You can find him on Instagram, YouTube. I'm gonna post some links later on tonight as we get cooking too. Um, for all the folks that were involved with this, just so you can support them, find them on their Instagram and YouTube pages and such. And yeah, the artist who basically has done all the artwork that I've been working off of. Um, his name is Bobo, but and I in my Instagram story I tagged him, but I'll put his Instagram up too. Actually, I might do that right now while we're doing this. Yeah, let's see if I can find him real quick. Welcome back, everybody, from the ads. This is going to be a much more chill stream because we got more time. We can talk a bit. I'm going to get to work soon, but definitely want to have a nice chill time with everybody. Copy URL. All right. All right. This is the link to Bobo's Instagram. So yeah, check him out if you get a chance. He does awesome, awesome art. Has done all the art that I've worked on for Odious, but there's a lot of awesome other arts. One in the chat, particularly, uh, Erwin Papa. I have one of his original pieces. I'll pull that out a little bit later to look at too. Let's see. We would be so pissed you don't have pants on. You know, I only have so many outfits. I got a lot of the blank bodies. If he didn't want pantsless Odious, he shouldn't have sold naked Odious. That's how it is. All right, so first we're gonna do a little bit of shopping. I'm probably gonna use um, this hair to start. So we'll keep this, but I don't like this face. I'll find something with a more closed mouth. I don't know exactly what yet. His mouth is completely closed. Let's see. Let's get this other head out of here. Looks really funny with the teeth right now. Let's also hide these teeth. Another set of teeth that's closed. He's going to have completely different teeth, but we'll have something as a stand-in kind of start. Probably this right here. Okay. Right, this is a good start. Now we're going to completely work with this head, rework this head, which is going to be a lot of fun because it's a different facial structure altogether. Let's see. Was the open mouth one shown already? I don't recognize it. Yeah, no, that I don't, I'm not sure what all Wade has and has not shown. Um, he has told me he's shown a lot of stuff. I believe this Ronin head, he said that he shared yesterday. And then there's another one that we're not sharing yet that's already kind of in the works and pretty close to being finished. But I'm not really sure all the ones he has and hasn't shown. But we'll see. Okay, 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 okay. So what I'm going to do to make this easier, I'm going to pull all these over into another file because my master file is just getting so big. I don't want it to get too big and become unworkable at some point because it's at 162 million points for all the parts that I have in there. So a lot of these new heads I save as offshoot files. I'm just bringing them over one by one. And luckily, since it's only a few parts, it's not going to take too long. Bring over the eyes. Bringing over the teeth. And what makes this go a little bit quicker, which I like, is I don't have to comb through all. I kind of did that to bring them all together in the main file, and now to transfer them over, I can just hold down Alt and tap. And when I tap on an object, it selects it from the whole list. See, do you ever use proxy files for stuff like this to help with file size? Um, no. There's only a few instances where that actually uh, is an issue. And this one I'm just kind of being safe because I just noticed how big this particular subtool and set of tools has gotten. But ZBrush is pretty incredible as far as how it manages uh, the amount of data that it works with. So I can get the file size pretty high. And the only time that end up using like some sort of proxy is not even because of the data, but because I'm posing something and it brings all the pieces together. and makes it manageable as kind of like a puppet. So not too often. This is kind of one of the few times that I've done this just because I don't want to overwork that file that I have. I still have another master file that has everything that's scaled and ready for printing and stuff like that. And that is going to kind of have everything after it's like processed. So I hope that made sense and answered your question. And I will say there are some times when I have like a particular proxy file when I'm making separate elements, like the rifle for this. I'm doing that in a separate file, and so the rifle will be its own kind of separate thing, but then I will ultimately bring it in to scale with all the other parts. But that will be kind of a dummy version or the already processed version of it that's got all the detail, but it's been decimated down so its point count is brought down significantly, and all the individual parts are now one unified mesh. Okay. I'm gonna hide this star because we don't need it. Put the head on top, the hair on top, kind of organizing my files a little bit. Okay, okay. So this is a good start. Now, now I'm gonna do a little bit of renaming just to make this all work. So this is this one is called the Ronin mask as far as I know. I'm at least gonna call it that for now. But as you can see, what's really cool about the art is it's not an actual mask, it's his face. So I'm imagining the lore behind this version of the character is that a lot of those masks, the idea of them kind of came from this version of Odious when people saw him. And for those of you that don't know, the lore for Odious is really cool. He is basically, I believe the way Wade described it is like kind of like a Wendigo, but he was a man that sold his soul and he lost his family in the process and he became this Sasquatch like creature. A lot of people liken him to a Sasquatch, but he's not a Sasquatch. And he is basically doomed to never die because when he ultimately gets killed or dies from whatever reason, his spirit, hey, what's up? Thank you. Yeah, I don't this is like a combination of like a few different heads that we're using to start this. Mr. Forrester, thank you for coming in. And yeah, the art is Bobo's, and that's what we're working with today. But yeah, his spirit is kind of tied to this weapon of his called Pam. I don't remember if that's something that fans kind of named it, or if maybe Josh, you can help me a little bit with this, or if that's part of Wade's creation. But if anybody touches that, then he basically possesses their body and that person no longer exists. And then we got Odious. And so it's kind of a quantum leap situation, but not the way quantum leap is where he's existing in their body. Chat, let's see, named in chat and it's stuck. All right, cool. But instead of Odious kind of like living in their body, his body takes over the person and they become Odious. and he fights demons, he fights werewolves and vampires and all kinds of crazy creatures. He's got a nemesis. And yeah, it's a really cool character, and it started as like just a mascot for his YouTube channel. I don't want to say just because he always wanted to like do comics and stuff with it, but he's just developed it more and more over the years. And this is something that you're going to see a lot over the next couple hours, the autosave. It always does it as at inconvenient times. How are you doing, Mike? Or do you not want to go by Mike on here? Mr. Forrester. I'll call you that. All right, there we go. Let's see. Outer fangs. All right. Lower fangs. All right. Now we're going to get in. So this is going to be real sloppy at first because what I want to do is do a little bit of lining up and seeing where we're at with kind of the proportions. Also, with the way this is drawn, he is kind of tilted forward. So I'm going to tilt him forward a little bit as I work, and I'm probably going to create an angle for him so that way I can consistently get back to it and line him up and work. Yes, there is a third eye. It's a very cool, very interesting design. The third eye, he's got a full-on nose, which Odious he does, but he's always had this like weird kind of upturned nose. So just a lot of big design changes for this particular version of Odious, which is really cool. All right. Okay. I'm going to lock that in. So now what's going to happen is no matter what, if I move this around, if I want to get around to look at different angles and work on it and sculpt, and I go up here to my document drop-down menu, hit front, and it lines me back up. So now I'm just going to focus on the head for a bit. I'm going to drop it down to this lower subdivision level and kind of mess with it. And if there's anything that doesn't really jive with me, I might straight up remesh him. Only because since the design is so different, we're not as a slave to any of the mesh like it used to be. A lot of the different versions of Odious, I try to not mess with it too much, so we have some consistency from head to head. But we don't have to really worry about that with this one. Now it's not going to look too bad from the front to start as we go, but I'm really going to need to rework this nose from the sides. His brows are a lot less pronounced too. And his head also doesn't have that typical kind of cone shape that Odious usually does. It's a little bit more bulbous and round and more human-like, which is very interesting. What has everyone been doing on their Saturday? I heard Swim, you guys went to the gym, right? You went to the gym? Am I remembering wrong? Now you guys went to the grocery store. You worked out, grocery store. What about the rest of you? Any interesting stuff? Or is it boring like me, doing chores around the house? Let's see. Drawing Odious and about to do dishes. Ah, cool. What were you drawing of Odious? Was it just like some like fun fan stuff, or are you working on stuff, some fun stuff with Wade? Can you even talk about it? Is this hush hush stuff? I want to know. Probably some of the people in here want to know too. Let's see. Soldier Odious for Wade. Will not. You heard that. Anybody here that is in contact with Wade, don't be snitching. Also, the fun part is like all these usual details I'm going to be getting rid of and adding all this other cool stuff. These ornate markings on his flesh, and then I got to add the eye. Oh man, it's going to be so cool. Extra horns, sharper teeth. Looks like the eyes are sunken in a little bit more, so we're going to move those back. What's this? Oh, yay. I love that. I can get the best views, guys. Gotta love the bots. I don't get too many of those, which is nice. But they do come in. Now, something I've been thinking of doing a little bit is doing simul streams. I know a lot of folks that watch on YouTube I don't know if I want to pull the trigger on that yet. Let's see. You and Erwin streaming together, one drawing, one sculpting Odious would be dope. Yeah, maybe we can figure that out because that would be really fun. Um, a lot of ways. Like, I don't know what else Wade has in store for Odious at this point after the figure. But like another idea, like we could do Odious or we can do, I know Erwin, let's see, you, I mean, you have a lot of really cool original stuff, and it would be fun to kind of like see you forming stuff, or if you've already like kind of roughed in and uh, we can kind of work along and either as you're sketching and building it up further, I can start roughing in. And then when you start inking, I can probably try to add details as you add details. That might be fun. Um, I did a work along stream with my buddy Wedge, which speaking of, shout out Wedge now. Shout out Wedge. There we go. Um, we did kind of a paint along stream a couple, no problem, dude. Um, was it a couple weeks ago now? And it was a lot of fun. We had a lot of fun. We still need to figure out the kinks because he had me on his screen, but I couldn't really have him on mine with the way that we had it set up. And I think it's just like software limitations and stuff. So that's something that I really need to dig into and figure out because I know it's possible. We see people do it. We just haven't done it and gone through, you know, all the craziness yet of figuring that stuff out. Yeah, painting homies. Yeah, that was a lot of fun. Um, like I said, I don't do a lot of painting, so it was really fun to paint alongside you. And I mean, the big thing is I really want to do that where we see what each other's doing. So we will get there. Yeah, also doing a draw and sculpt along. I want to do more cool stuff like that. Kind of one of the big reasons I'm doing streaming, got into streaming, aside from uh, making stuff for myself, is I just want to like work with cool people, make make cool shit, you know? Make cool shit with cool people and encourage people to make cool shit. That's, that's a big reason why I really enjoy uh, watching Swim's streams and why I've frequented over there so much is Swim makes cool shit and he likes to encourage people to make their own cool shit and I fucking vibe with that for sure. And that's what I've been wanting to do too. Find cool people to work with, encourage people to make their own stuff. Because we're all just floating along and there's so many cool creative people out there. There's a lot of people that don't think they can do awesome things. and they can. And sometimes all it takes to inspire people to do cool stuff for themselves is for them to just kind of see other people doing. So, I mean, that's part of why I've been doing this now. Yeah, he's looking really funny now because he's got such an interesting, different design. Yes. Oh, absolutely. That's right, man. So yeah, so that's why I like watching and working with folks like Wedge. Definitely want to do something collaborating with Mr. Irwin Papa for sure. And Josh, we've been talking for a bit about doing stuff, and so we will. He creates in a different way. He's on more of the production side of things. He produces a lot of stuff for people, and that is creative in its own right, for sure. I see him working with different types of resin and stuff for producing 3D models in reality, which I love 3D printing. So that kind of stuff is really exciting. But for all of you guys that are here early for this stage of the game, thank you so much. I appreciate the support, the hanging out. It is a fun but sometimes tedious part of the process. And it's nice to have people hanging around. All right, that's right. So I'm going to mask that proportion of the head so I can start working on this lower lip. I'm working in this lower subdivision level at first because it's just, this is all such early days for this particular model. And I'm just kind of shifting things around and finding the design just to kind of get it in roughly the place that Bobo kind of put it. And then once we got kind of the proportions going and all the little bits and bobs where we want them, then that's when we start pulling it out and having more fun with it and playing more with the design. It is kind of interesting at this stage. It almost feels like tracing, which it kind of is in a way. Just hide this right now. Question mark? Well, let's see. I stepped away, but I feel like I heard you ask something right as I walked away. Oh no, I didn't ask anything. I was just talking about how I part of what I do is encourage people to work and do their own creative stuff and also to work with creative people and do creative things. And I talked about how like we've talked about doing stuff together, and we're still kind of getting there. Hopefully mid-May we can probably actually really start talking about some of the things that we have kicked around. So yeah, and I was talking about how you're more on the like production side and the 3D printing side of things, which some people might not, see as the creative part of it or writing it off, but there's a lot of creativity that comes with that because you have to understand these models, you have to understand the materials and watching you work with different resins and figure out how to make things good, get things dialed in for the different parts. It's just, yeah, it's really cool. And so it's still creative work, and I want people to find, their creative work and have fun with it. See, I appreciate that. I struggle to consider myself creative. Yeah, I get it. And that's I think a big problem in the arts because there's a lot of creativity in, I don't want to say support roles because that I think is part of the stigma, you know? We see support roles as not necessarily as creative, but you have to really understand a lot of the creative process to be able to be in that kind of role properly and to have the care that's necessary to produce good work. It's looking really derpy. It's one of those things where as we go, we'll massage this stuff and figure it out. See if there's things that once everything, all the elements are together, that sometimes will alleviate some of that stuff. All right, now I'm going to start and go up to these upper divided levels. I'm going to start to kind of like just smooth them out all over and get rid of some of these details from the older version of Odious and aren't needed for this newer one. See, he's got some really big ears. What's everyone been working on? Speaking of creative, already heard Erwin's working on something that we're going to be hush hush about. Wedge, are you there? Have you been painting anything interesting lately? Mr. Forrester, is there any like cool photography that you've been working on that you're excited about that you haven't quite released yet that you're like willing to talk about? I think that's one thing too. Like I like to be inspired and learn also. I really slowly have been learning more and more about photography and not in the sense of like I'm learning so I can start taking photographs, but I'm just learning more about the art form because I'm getting to know more and more photographers and photographers in different realms of photography. Like what's cool about Swim is you do a lot of really cool alternative. Oh, he's still hanging out. Does a lot of really cool alternative photography. Works with a lot of alt models, a lot of tattoos and body modification. Um, really cool darker vibes. He also works with a lot of bands that are more alternative or metal. Seen leather and latex work, and he's been directing music videos as well, and that's really cool. And then we have Forrester, who does a lot of toy photography, along with Wade. But yeah, it's been really cool to get to know people in different creative mediums and kind of learn their processes, and just see what other artists are doing. That kind of shit excites me. All right, let's see. Let's make this. His brows are actually much smaller. He has these big burly brows. Odious does that wrap around, and this version does not have that. So we're gonna kind of get rid of this stuff. All right, there we go. Let's see. One thing that I'm probably gonna have to do, because this is something that we've run into before with some of the other Odious sculpts, is I'm gonna have to open up these eyes a bit more than the art is calling for, just because in production you're gonna need to be able to paint these eyes. And we've already kind of had issues just at the prototype stage where it's hard to do that with some sculpts. So I want to try to think ahead and make sure that I'm considering that. But still, hey, what's up, Adam? Thanks for popping in. Good to see you in chat. How are you doing? What have you been up to? Let's see, streaming a little early? That's right. Yep, I'm streaming earlier today because I have a lot of work to do on this project. There's several heads, um, several accessories, and I've gotten a lot going, but I still wanted to get more done. And I figured if I'm going to be working, might as well do some streaming. So it'll be interesting to see today how people hang, but it's also going to be a longer stream because I'm going to continue to work uh, through my normal stream time. So we'll see how people pop in and out today. But what have you been up to, man? Working on anything cool? I'm working on many of these Odious heads. Oh, let's see, just chilling this weekend. Oh, that's cool. Chilling is good. I like to chill, you know? It does feel like a bit of a rat race these days. The economy is tough. We need to work a lot to make up for some of those shortcomings that are not our fault. But we can't do it all, you know? Gotta still find that time to decompress too. Hey! How's it going, Keisha? Thanks for popping in. Nice to see you. And with the 3 stream streak, let's go. See, just so you see, since I see you popping in, this is what I'm working on today. Getting there, getting there. It's still very early days. I've only been working for maybe like 20, 30 minutes on this guy. Work going off of a existing model and character. It is a head that is from an independent action figure line that I work on with a buddy. He kickstarted the second round of it in around October, November time. It's yurt. Um, and yeah, this time around, it's several different figures, a total of 4 that are being made versus the one that was made last time. And yeah, this is a really cool concept. I put in chat earlier, let's see if I can find it. I'll help kind of shout him out again if I can find a link. Yeah, there we go. Let's see. Actually, you know what? I'll pin it. Yay. I'll pin it until I feel like unpinning it. But yeah, if you look at the pinned comment, that is Bobo. I think he goes by Rarity on Instagram. But if you click on the link, you will see really talented guy. Does a lot of the concept art along with Irwin. Hey, what's up, Carrie? So yeah, we're just roughing in. I'm not going to go crazy yet with the detail. Just kind of want to try to find some of the really, really important markers and move on to other parts of it so we can keep cooking along. Okay. Yeah, I really like this design. I hadn't seen it quite yet. It was only recently that I got to see it, and so as soon as I saw this one, I was like, "Ooh, this is going to be a fun one to work on." It's very different from previous iterations of Odious, so I knew it would be a little exciting. And then when he was saying, like, "Hey, you can do some of the stuff on your stream if you want," and I already had kind of some other stuff planned out, but I knew I'd do at least one Odious stream, and I was like, "Oh, can I work on this one?" Because I think this one will be interesting for one for me to do on stream. It'll be a lot of fun because it's different and new, and two, a lot of people have not seen it yet, so I knew that would be fun. He was like, "Yeah, that one you can definitely share." Yeah. So you've been just chilling. Um, how are you, Carrie? What have you been up to today? Hope you've been having a good weekend. Okay. Now, this is about where, yeah, let's put this back, line some stuff up. This back over here. So yeah, I've spent my day being a useless as G in lasagna. That love that. Sometimes that's how we gotta roll. Have a lazy, lazy, lazy day. And that's okay. Now, Adam, you said you were just chilling, but have you been working on anything lately? That's cool. Or have you been trying to like really chill and take a bit of a break on stuff? Oh, that's right. It's happening WrestleMania Saturday. And what have you been up to, Keisha? I feel like I haven't gotten a chance to like talk with you in a while. I think everyone was like really busy this week, so the Discords were kind of quiet. Streams were less frequent, at least for some of the people that we both view. These folks are busy. Hey, what's up, JD? Hey, yo, wanted to drop in and say hi real quick. Thank you. I know you're busy, and I will be back over there at some point later tonight. I'm actually lurking right now. Let's pop over. I just want to see what's going on. I'm really sad right now because I am missing another great streamer that I'll maybe read out to later tonight because uh, Suspicious Ravioli, awesome streamer lass, is doing a week long 24/7 stream right now. Started yesterday, and I'm kind of helping out with it. I'm on her event mod team for the week. Um, which just basically means come hang out. And if people do crazy stuff, sometimes I might ask you to do things to help get rid of the crazy and just generally come in and engage. So yeah, let's see. I have a couple of sculpts on the go. Might try to print them when they're done. Cool! Yay, that's a good idea, man. See, to be honest, I've been dealing with flooring issues. Oh man. Let's see. Slap their wrists if need be. That's right. I haven't had to do much of anything though. I'm just coming in and hanging out, and I definitely am ready to assist. It was very nice of Sus to ask me to be on the team with all those fun folks, uh, at least for this week. So I'm just going to enjoy it. And speaking of, I mean, I do plan on probably rating out to them, which I've never rated out, but since, they're doing this crazy week-long thing, whoever's with me by the end of today, since I'm doing also a longer stream, longer than usual, let's see, we'll do this. See if I do this right. Oop. Yeah, so Sus is streaming right now, um, and will be for the rest of the week. So please don't run off yet. Hang out with me if you're here to hang out with me. I appreciate it. Um, but yeah, we'll definitely go over and help her later tonight because she's awesome, and you should at least give her a follow right now. Um, she does a variety of things. She is a fun, wild person. She plays games. She's super silly and very entertaining and engaging and a stellar person, in my opinion. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, same here. Her OG mod team is great. Oh yeah, yeah. Suss's mod team is fantastic. An awesome group of people. Um, I am happy to be in the community, uh, meeting cool people, UJ and Wedge. Just like I really have enjoyed being part of Swim's community and meeting folks like Keisha. And then yeah, so joining this interesting world of Twitch has afforded me to meet a lot of really cool people over the past few months, and I am very, very appreciative. See, and ads are starting in about a little under 3 minutes. So if you do not sub, which there are less people now that don't sub than usual, which is nice, um, please, please, please stick around through the ads, and we'll keep on trucking. So I think one of the great things I love about digital sculpting, I come from a traditional sculpt, sculptural background. Um, I don't think I can talk well right now. Um, a traditional background of sculpting, clay and wax is where I kind of started both in school and professionally. I don't think that's where I want that to be. Um, and when ZBrush came around, it was very exciting because it is much more akin to traditional sculpting, which I like. I did, digital modeling stuff in college, and I wanted to get into computer animation, but there was a lot of tedium that just wasn't grabbing me. And then I found my love for the physical medium of sculpting, and it led me into the world of toys. And I did get to intern at Disney Consumer Products for a short while, doing drawing of all things, which was kind of funny, mainly because I'm an okay artist, but sculptural work is, I guess, where I shine more, where I feel more competent and confident. And so once ZBrush came around, uh, yeah, it was a big game changer for me because it combines a lot of the stuff that I do love about digital art and 3D with the feel of traditional work. And so the aspects of both that I really like, yeah, all in ZBrush, and I like it. Okay, my ads have started. If you don't have ads right now, you're fortunate. And if you do, hope to see you on the other side of the ads very soon. Can't hear me, but I'm still hoping for you. All right. Oh, let's see. Do you use recommend Blender? I've used Blender very little. I've only used it a few times for particular projects that required it. I've also recently had to jump into it again uh, to send some files to somebody else. So I was kind of like processing them and bringing them into Blender and making sure uh, I was getting them the files that they needed. I didn't want to have them to worry too much about the bringing my stuff into their work. Um, but I will say, I have the things that I've seen of Blender, I think are impressive, and I do recommend, especially since it is free, if you are going to get into the 3D world and you're unsure, that is a good way to go, in my opinion, at least to start. If you can afford ZBrush, um, do it. I pay for my own license, and I feel very fortunate enough to do that because that means I get enough work that I can pay for the things uh, that I do on the side. See, I want to start digital sculpting, but I'm exactly, man. ZBrush used to be really affordable, and it was expensive still when it was affordable, but it was like an expensive that you're like, I can cover that right now and make back that expense in not too long of a time. But now it is owned by a different company and it's gone the way of the subscription base, like so many other digital art softwares, which is just super unfortunate. It makes the software and the art tools less and less accessible. So yeah, it's not as intuitive. 7 stream watch streak. Wow. Thanks, Wedge. Also, like, are you just sharing it now, or did it not like trigger until now? Because we've been going for like a little over an hour now. It just popped up. That's so weird to not pop up until like an hour in. But yeah, like I totally get it, Erwin. It's not as intuitive as some of the softwares that I like. See, it had to make sure, you know. um, but you know, I think that that's the case with a lot of software, and there's a lot of tutorials out there. So yeah, I would recommend Blender for sure. And I would specifically say, like, if you want to do the sculptural work in Blender, um, do some basic modeling and UI tutorials to start, and then just dive into that because I'm sure there's a lot of tools in that software that you can really get lost in. But I've seen your sculptural work, and I don't think it makes sense to like wait to get there. I think, learn the software in general and understand the UI and just where things are at first, tutorial wise, and make the donut and all that kind of shit. And then just like find tutorials that are like, this is how you can sculpt in freaking Blender. So you can just jump in and have fun with it. There is, oh, I lost something on my screen. That was interesting. Just in my my software. We'll see how it goes. Let's see. Thanks. Yeah, I'll be watching a bunch of tutorials. Yeah, and if I see any that like are really cool, then I will definitely recommend those softwares to you. Um, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's see. Twitch did something weird, so I'm just checking. Overlays, scenes. There we go. Okay. Yeah. Something just popped away, and I got it to pop back in. Now I'm hearing myself. Okay, I'm no longer hearing myself. All right, cool. Sorry for all that confusion, folks. But yeah, Blender is a cool software. I do recommend it, especially in the circumstances that you're talking about. I am not one that likes money being a barrier to tools. And while I definitely will always recommend ZBrush to people because I like it as a program, um, I definitely understand that it has become something that's just not attainable for everyone and seems to be more and more for uh, working artists in that field that are already constantly like getting an income for it, or studios. And I wish they had maybe subscriptions need to start kind of what Unreal was doing for a while, where maybe you do an initial payment and then until you're making money. Hey, what's up? How's it going, Zach? It's going pretty well. Um, until you're making money off of the work that you're making in the software, that you just pay that initial fee, and then as soon as you start producing, then you can give a percentage or do an annual kind of thing. And I feel like that is more reasonable than the annual large fees. But yeah, so since you just got here, Zach, and you popped in, thanks for coming by. I'm streaming earlier than normal, which you probably figured out. But I have a lot of freelance work that I'm doing for a buddy, and I'm actually going to get his Instagram right now. Wade, he created the character of Odious, and I have been working on stuff to help wrap up the last parts of the campaign, a couple new heads, some accessories, and yeah, it's been a good time. And today I'm doing a longer stream because I have a lot to do, and I wanted to make sure that um, I got stuff done. And I figured if I'm working longer than normal, I might as well pop on here and see if anybody else wants to hang out. So yeah, thank you. Let's see. Remember that was, yeah, Kickstarter. Exactly. Let's see. Doing better, still a little sick, but I'll be back to normal soon. Well, I'm glad you're feeling better, man, because you definitely sounded stuffed up, but I'm glad you like it didn't seem like it was hitting you that hard. It's just that annoying sickness. So yeah, so I'm going to now pin Wade's YouTube channel for a while. So please check that channel out. He is the creator of Odious, really awesome independent action figure that I have had the good fortune to work on. I guess I can kind of go a little bit into the story. Some of you might know how it all started, but he was kind of just starting out his YouTube career around the time that I started working where I'm working now, which is called Gentle Giant Studios. And I think he was maybe like a year in or so, maybe a little bit longer, when uh, I started there. And I had been there for a little bit, and I had created a Rocketeer figure, and he did a review. And it was still early on in my career as a toy sculptor. So I was still at that point where I was, once something would that I liked and I thought was cool, I would check it out and see what people thought of it, check out reviews, and I will say some reviews were kind on things that I worked on, some weren't. And I don't need people to glaze my work, but what I do like is when people are constructive. And one of the things I liked about Wade's videos was just the way he handled the understanding of toy making. He tried to understand the aspects of toy making that a lot of people would say would ignore or get wrong. And I can't even say specifically what he said in the video, but I really appreciated the commentary. And so I reached out to him because, for all of us that work in studios and produce toys for like Hasbro or Diamond Select at the time, or actually, I think that was Funko at the time when they were still doing action figures. And I reached out to him and said, "Thank you. I am the guy that sculpted this figure. Our names aren't on that stuff. That's what I was trying to get to. You know, my work is mostly anonymous unless you know me." And he was like, "Oh, wow, nice to meet you. Really cool figure." And he was just a really nice guy. We talked for a bit back and forth, just randomly. And I started following him on Instagram, uh, and watching more and more of his YouTube videos. And we started to connect a little bit more, and people kept asking about an Odious figure. And he was like, I do the heads, it's fine, it's cool. I don't know, maybe one day that would be cool. And I don't remember if it was in a chat or if I was just talking with him when we were chatting randomly about figures and stuff that I was working on or stuff that was coming out. And he was talking about that, and I had seen people talking about that, and I said, if you want, when you get to that point, I'd be happy to help you and you know make this thing happen. And so, you know, obviously he kept that in the back of his mind for a number of years. And hold on, I gotta focus really quick in the middle of my story. But he, kept that in the back of his mind for a number of years, and then finally got to the point where he was like, that's something that he really wanted to do and pursue. And so he asked me, and I was like, yeah, if you can get me art and a breakdown of kind of like what you want, then I can totally help you make this happen. And so we spent a good while just trying to figure it out over time before the Kickstarter even was announced. So, you know, he obviously wanted to pay me for his work, but obviously he didn't have like a ton of money coming in. So, we worked together, we were buds. He's always been very good about appreciating the work that I do and wanting to compensate fairly. And, you know, I also understand and appreciate the position that he's in. So I don't charge an arm and a leg. I try to be like super reasonable and, not to get into like the business side of things, but we worked well together. We still do. And even now, as casual as this is, and it's been a rough year, I think, for a lot of people, and especially for us at some points. So this has been a little bit slower than other times getting this done, but it's not like my fault or his fault or anybody else's fault. It's just kind of the nature of it. But we power through and we communicate and we're always honest with things. And if we have like an ask, we always know that we can come to each other and be like, hey, can you do this by this time? Or, do you need more time? Or if he needs to push things back for whatever reason, I'm like, yeah, I trust you. We've worked together long enough. So it's just been a very cool friendship and working relationship that we've had. And uh, I do feel very fortunate to get to do this, do fun stuff like this. And now in another way too, not just doing it in the background, but getting to do it with a community of people. And yeah, so I don't know if that's a story that everyone was expecting, but here we are. Like I said, I like to make cool shit with cool people. That is ultimately always my goal. And encouraging people to make cool stuff for themselves. Because that ends up inspiring me as well, you know? So right here, what I did, I told a story through all that work that I did with these tusks, but there are there's a cool brush called clay tubes that I really like. And what it does is it allows you to kind of draw in a tube. Also, you can control like the tapering of the elements of the tube. So I was able to just straight up draw in some tusks right where I needed them. All right, line this back up again. Other than recovering from sickness, Mr. Zach, have you been playing any games? I know you were talking about maybe starting to do some of the Spider-Man games on stream soon. In fact, I'll do this right now. Since you popped in, whether you're still here or not. Thanks, Wedge. That back. Zach's also a streamer. Check him out. Plays games. Cool guy. Let's see. Looking good. Listening, but watching some tube with the fam. Hey, I understand it, man. I do the same thing all the time. We're at an age, not our age, but an age in time where we have our second screens going all the time. And while I hate it, it's hard to not do, especially when we're supporting friends, because I find like now I kind of enjoy uh, having that second screen because I usually have somebody that I know that's streaming or doing something or has posted some sort of video. Yeah, see, yeah, I ended up doing a stream today myself, starting the Tomb Raider series. It's remastered. Oh yeah, I saw that. Oh man, I didn't get the notification for your stream. Man, that sucks because I would have wanted to see that. So, are you just going to be doing that on Saturdays, or are you going to be doing that at all during the week too? Because I definitely want to catch that because I did see that that's available. That came out uh, with the PS Plus, so I also want to do that. But it would be fun to watch you play. See, since it's free, yeah. It's all good. I knew you were streaming, but not. Let's see. No, that will be. You know, me playing during the. Oh, quick, cool. Yes, that's how I got. Yeah, no, I'm excited for it. I want to play it. All right, actually, which tusk do I like more? I think I'll do that one first. All right, yeah, because I'm gonna bring this up, rotate it around, make it bigger. Start getting it into position. Now, what's cool about these horns is they kind of go with the hair. So they don't come out and like stick out. So I'm not going to have it go right along with the head because the hair is going to obviously stand off of that. Okay, let's move this in. So I could use this tool right here, the gizmo, to move and change the shape of objects, but I can also move it around independently, which is nice. So how is the remaster so far, Zach? I never played the original Tomb Raider games because I didn't have a PlayStation. So this will kind of be my first experience with the original games. I have played all of the new trilogy, which I thought was very good. I highly recommend. I am very curious how this remaster is gonna be. Is it gonna still feel like the old, or are they with the remastering of it, are they updating the controls so it feels a little bit more modern and removes some of the things that end up being quality of life issues now, since some games are just like harder to play. Let's see. It started wonky because I was playing classic mode, but you can play modern controls, which I switched to. Cool. So yeah, so the classic controls are just kind of rough, I imagine. So I'm going to split unmasked so I can mirror this horn. Oh, I mirrored the wrong thing. The horn. There we go. All right, now I gotta get that in a position. Let's see. Yeah, it's mainly the D-pad, like the arrows. Okay. And yes, you hit a lot of walls. Yeah, that sounds about right, man. Yeah, I think I want to try it in classic mode because it would just be interesting to see how it feels and see if I could rock with it. But I would imagine I would do the same thing, eventually just switch back to like modern controls. And I appreciate that they did that. See, how much do you think about plastic tolerance when you're sculpting something like the horns? Do you just get it sculpted first and then adjust? Or do you know from experience how thin uh, you can go? Well, that's a good question. I would say mostly, um, it's kind of a feel thing, and then there is a minimum thickness. So if things are feeling really thin, then that's when I bring out like a tolerance object, like something that's about that size, just to see if there's actually going to be an issue. But for the most part, I kind of go by feel because I've been doing it long enough, and haven't really run into any issues. I used to, when I thought things were big enough, send stuff and I would have to like go back and thicken things up. So sometimes it's like a little bit of trial and error, but we obviously try to avoid that as much as possible because, materials and time are money. But yeah, with this stuff, these horns are going to be laid into the hair, so I'm not too worried about them in general, but also these would be thick enough. These would be fine. And I'd probably would key these separate. The other tusks, those also seem like they're going to be big enough, so I'm not too worried about the thicknesses on those because I know the material can do that. And also, I'm not gonna make them any sharper, so that blunt edge is going to be fine. And those I will probably end up making keys for, just because that would be a challenge to pull out of the mold, and I don't want them to have to make them a separate part because a lot of times the factories don't take care for the aesthetic when they do that kind of thing. So yeah, as much as possible, I try to see what engineering needs to be done beforehand, both for like thicknesses on things and parting for mold pulls and tooling pulls. But yeah, a lot of it at this point is feel, unless there's like a specific thing. Also, sometimes, like, not in the action figure world as much, but there's sometimes when I get a project and I don't get the the sizing or the scale to start. So I just end up having to go back if I really have to. But I think naturally I just kind of make things producible. And I think you kind of hit the nail on the head. It's just kind of through experience over time, I've been able to take care of that. Awesome question, man. Thanks for asking. I did ask earlier. I don't know if you were lurking or hanging out or you're busy, but is there any like cool like photography stuff that you've been working on lately that you're willing to share with the class? 'Cause I would love to hear some of the stuff that you have been photographing. I don't remember what I most recently saw because I'm always seeing your stuff and it's super cool. Let's see. Um, Score. Oh, that dragon, the zombie shot's so cool. I think what's fun for me is I'm not an action figure guy in the sense that like I'm not a collector of action figures, but I appreciate all the independent companies and all the big guys. I appreciate all the work and I'm always seeing it. And it's really fun for me to see the toy photography from independent photographers like you who are slowly becoming less independent because your work's all so good that people are reaching out to you to take photography of toys that are new, which I think is freaking stellar. And yeah, it's been really cool to be able to find out about different companies and see different toys through toy photography rather than try to keep up with like actually what's coming out and stuff. It's way more interesting for me as an artist that way. All right, so it's looking pretty good. Um, gonna kind of rough in a few more of the details on the head, so I kind of know where things are gonna land. And also, thanks for hanging out. Let's see, we're at almost to 6 o'clock. We're almost to 2 hours. We're going to about 9:30. So that's going to be a very unusually long stream. We're coming up to the usual peak. I'm probably going to take a little bit of a break right before the time that I usually start. Not going to be super long. Probably going to refill my water, get a snack, come back and hang out a little bit, and just chill. And we're going to get through as much of this head as possible tonight. Like I said, there's a lot of other things that I am juggling that need to get done for this project. So today, my big focus was to get this guy started since he was like brand new and as close to finish as possible. Let's see, I'm gonna get going. Might pop back in if you're still live in a bit. If you're not, have a good stream. Thank you very much, Zach. I appreciate you popping in. Yeah, like I said, I'll be going till around 9:30. So if you can, that would be awesome. It'll be good to see you and hang out with you a bit more. But have a good day. Glad you're feeling better. And I'm excited to catch some of your Tomb Raider streams in the near future. Right. And as Zach is leaving, I do want to shout out another person who's been in the chat today. I put Wade's YouTube channel up there for a bit. And now I'm going to put Erwin's YouTube channel and pin him for a bit. So yeah, Erwin Papa, awesome artist. Check him out. Check out his YouTube channel. He streams on YouTube. He's also Erwin Papa on Instagram. So yeah, check out his work. Let me see. And actually, let me see while I am here. I will share the really cool Odious art that I won. Oh, my camera's shaking. So I showed this off before. Um, this is some of Erwin's work. Really, really, really awesome. He was working on this on a live stream, and now it's mine. And Wade is super jealous, and I'm very happy because it turned out really cool. I love Cowboy Odious. That is one of my favorites of the figures that are coming out. And then I was working on the werewolf sculpts around the same time that he was working on these. Hey, you cannot have this. Nope, this is mine. Welcome, Wade. Man, I had your YouTube link up for a while now. One's pinned. Thanks for stopping in, everybody in chat. The granddaddy himself of Odious, Mr. Wade, Unparalleled Universe. So yeah, here we go. This is where I am at so far. What do you think, sir? I just started. Oh, happy Saturday. Yep. Nice to have you in chat tonight. We're about almost halfway through the stream, and I think we've been making some good progress. It's been a lot of fun. This is a really cool design from Bobo. I've been very excited to work on this one. So I remember when you were like, "Hey, you can work on some stuff on stream." This is like immediately the one. Let's see. Yep, Erwin's here hanging out. Josh is here. And Josh doing his thing as he usually does. He actually gifted a sub to Erwin. So Erwin Papa is one of my new subscribers, which is so funny because like I'll tell you, Let's see. Let's see. It looks great so far, Kev. Yeah, it's dope. We're getting the exclusive reveal. I know. Yeah, it's really fun, and everybody that's here is getting it. And then I'll post pictures of it absolutely once the stream is over with how far I've got, and I'll use stuff too, so that way you can share however you want. Um, and then, that'll be it until it's done. Yeah, no, this has been a fun one to work on so far today. Yeah, we're just chilling, having a good time. Have you having a lazy Saturday? Did you do anything fun today with the family, or did you work on anything? Let's see, make sure auto masking is on. I'm not thicken up these lobes. And I'm glad you are liking it. I took a starter head that I thought did well, and we've just kind of been massaging it and getting it to where we needed to. Got to the point just recently where I started to add the tusks and stuff. So that's been fun. And I'm going to start working on his hair pretty soon. Let's see. Took my mom to breakfast for her birthday. Oh, cool. Happy birthday, unparalleled mom. And then went and turned in a bunch of recycling like a homeless person. But now I'm chipping away at some videos. Cool. I can't wait to see what you got coming. Yeah, yeah. Nothing crazy on my end. Did some chores around the house. Prepared a little bit for today. I did mention earlier that another Twitch homie of mine is doing a crazy thing right now. She is doing a 24/7 week stream. So she's doing a full nonstop streaming 24 hours a day for 7 days of 1 week. And I was watching a lot of that today and helping out, kind of. Yeah, no, it's insane that she's doing that. She's super cool, nuts person, wild, funny, silly. Uh, Say again, Suspicious Ravioli is the streamer that I'm talking about. And I'm lucky to be have run into this wild person's world. It's kind of funny. But yeah, she has quite a few health problems, and she kind of was on hiatus for about months. So she hasn't been able to stream or do anything, and it was eating away at her. And she's like, I'm coming back and I'm gonna do it big. So this is how she decided to do it, which is really, really crazy. But yeah, she's going right now. Been going since yesterday. She is sleeping, by the way. It's not like she's not going to go to sleep the whole time, but she's just running the stream for the entire week. And yeah, it's been so I've been doing stuff with that also. But yeah, so I've been doing that, doing more work on the Odious stuff. Was working on the rifle last night. Was working on that other thing the other day or the day before that I showed you pictures of. I'm excited also about that too. It being really cryptic because you don't want people to know about it, so we're not saying. But I like to tease the people. I know there's people that would be excited and will be excited to see. But yeah, this has been fun. I've been working on this for maybe an hour and a half, not quite 2 hours because we didn't start right away. It was good times. And you came just I think it's like at a good place. Um, as clients, I don't always like to show like the early stuff because it's just things always start kind of ugly. I know you would probably enjoy watching, but I don't enjoy showing that early stage off to folks that I'm doing stuff for. But in this environment, it's not as crazy. but I'm kind of glad that you didn't come till now because you can see it at a really good stage. All right, let's see. I'm going to actually use the eyes for these earrings in a kind of fun way. Oop, I'll get this one kind of position. Yeah, it's been good. It's been a good day, and the stream's been going good so far. It's been nice having people hang out. Chat's been pretty chatty, which I always like. So yeah, I'm glad that you're popping in for a bit. Definitely a treat. Yeah, I think we'll make those a little bit smaller. Wade is always a treat. That's nice. Sorry, I'm like, oh no, man, no problem. Especially on days like this, I rarely do long streams like this. I don't necessarily expect people to, one, be around for the whole stream. I appreciate anybody that does, obviously. Um, but it is a big ask. So the fact that you're like here at all and hanging out for a bit, when that you can, I appreciate it. So no need to apologize, my dude, at all. I'm just glad you're here. You're not late at all. Like I said, you're getting to see it at kind of a good spot. Because now we're going to start working on the hair. And this is going to be really funny. So I haven't touched the hair since we started. I brought in like the dummy hair that I'm going to work with to get into. And I'll show you the face that I started with too. So this is where I started since you're here. So I started with this head with this expression and kind of jumped and manipulated it to get it here. So this is kind of a side by side where we started today and where we're going. Because I thought about maybe starting with a new head since it's a very different design and structurally different, but I still wanted kind of the essence of Odious that's already there. So I figured starting with an expression that was close would still be able to keep some of that. Let's see. It's your goal to finish it all up in one stream. Um, I mean, my goal is to get through as much of this as I can tonight. If I get it to a point where it's like good tonight, sweet. But I don't anticipate that. That is a lot. But I'm probably not going to do another stream because next week I'll be out of town and either stream is going to be canceled completely or it's going to be moved to Sunday. I'm not sure. But regardless, I'm going to be moving forward on all the Odious stuff. And we're going to be trying to finalize it because the goal is to get it all done and to the factory by the end of April. Um, so yeah, I can't really wait. And my hope, obviously next weekend, it would be nice if most, if not all of it is done so I can start giving it to Wade. And I'm not going to wait for stream for any of this stuff. And I really wasn't waiting on this head for stream, but I had plenty of other work to do and it made sense to kind of save this for stream. And I mean, as Wade knows, because he's been feeling it too, this year it's been hard to be motivated. So I kind of also wanted to use this stream as a way to motivate myself to really cook through this head since it's one of the ones that actually is needing to be started from scratch in a big way. So now we're going to bring the hair in. Look at that. Kind of a funny look. Want to keep it like that, Wade? We'll just do this. This is the one. This is what you wanted, right? I know it kind of cooks. Like I know it's not the design, and we're gonna do this because like that's badass. I love that look, but it fits better than I thought it was gonna. Even with like kind of like this area where there's like no hair, almost like his like cranium is like bigger, and so he's kind of balder. So maybe like this stuff goes here, this stuff comes in, bring this out. It's kind of cool looking. That's not what we're doing. All right, so I'm going to actually duplicate this hair. I'm gonna kind of chop it up into different sections because this is a rare, at least from what I'm looking at in the art, rare bit where there is a slight connection, possibly, but it looks like there's a bit of a separation between the beard and the hair on the head. So I'm going to duplicate this because I still want to keep this original one just in case you don't like how I chop this up. And I'm going to drop down to the lower subdivision level, delete the higher. I'm going to separate stuff. I'm going to use select tool and get rid of this chunk right here. I'm going to delete, close holes, and then separate these two bits. All right, so now we have hair for the head, we have the beard. And I think I'd like to work with the beard first because I think this is the easiest kind of bit. As we can see, it's definitely a pretty long beard, but it's much smaller. Let's just start with like scaling this down from about this point. We'll get this lined up with the art again. There we go. Start lining things up. And then this beard is groomed differently. It's more longer strands with a little bit of wispiness. So I'll try to keep the wispiness to the end, but groom it overall a little different. Okay. Okay. All right, we got ads that are going to start in about 5 more minutes. So hang through, hang tight. Still got about 5 minutes to chat it up and hang out. And then once those 5 minutes roll in, during the ads, only subscribers will be able to hang out and see what's going on and talk and chat. The exclusive look. The benefit of being a subscriber. No ads. Yeah, no, I really dig this design for sure. What's up, Wedge? Thanks for popping in with the lurking graphics. Appreciate you. Man, I kind of love it. It does kind of look kind of sexy with the bald look. What do you think, Wade? You fuck with this? Let's see. Yeah, keeps chat going. It does kind of look cool with the bald look. Kind of reminds me of, I don't know if any of you guys played God of War. Bald is dope too. That's I know, man. That's kind of the fun of the occasional time of like doing this kind of stuff in stream because you can like decide on the fly. Oh, maybe I want something else. Let's see. Maybe that can be an alternative down the road. Yeah, totally. I mean, we'll still have the files. I'm still going to keep the hair separate, and that would be cool. Like we can have the alternative bald version, and we can maybe adjust the facial designs and like some of the facial features since we're gonna have to remold it anyway. Um, that could be really fun to make some of those adjustments. But yeah, we will see. Good call though, Mr. Brown. Josh Brown. Always influencing somehow. But yeah, and I will do different teeth. He has more of the spiky teeth, so I just haven't gotten to that point yet. I also have his where is it? His uppers and lowers. I have them, I just haven't placed them yet. So probably as soon as I get the upper section of hair, see, you I'm an influencer. It's hilarious. I don't know if you want to be an influencer, man. Let's see. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, I do dig this. Hey, what's up, Nebby? How's it going? Let's see. Okay. I'd like to see it. So I don't know about that, man. I don't know if we'll do the Farrah Fawcett hair. I've done Farrah Fawcett hair on other things, but I don't think that's something for Odious. All right, so let's bring back in this upper kind of coif. I might have to just do from scratch with this bit. So I think I'm gonna hide that and I'm going to bring in a sphere. Okay, split. Let's get it centered. Yeah. Of course it autosaved. Let's see. You can look intimidating and fabulous at the same time. That's awesome. How have you been today, Nebby? What have you been up to, dude? And thanks for popping in. I appreciate you. For sure. We started around 4, at 4. We're at 6:10, so we've been going for a good clip. I don't like those ears from the profile, but maybe with the hair that'll change. So we might need to adjust those too. But before we do, let's save. First time. So we're going to call this Ronin mask face because it looks like a mask, but it is not a mask. Oh, and we are in ads, so that's probably why Nebby could not hear me. But I cannot wait to ask how he's been doing once the ads are up. Man, I do like how these horns are lined up with the hair. That's going to be so fun. I'll ask this. I pictured this as the horns are basically one with the hair as far as like sculpturally weighed. But is that how you see it, or are they off the hair? Do you want them to be separate parts? Or do you want them to be elements that are basically reliefed on the hair to help with tooling? Oh, you got turbo! Yay! So you can hear everything and see it all. Welcome, Turbo. And Pleb! Yay! So many cool peeps coming in tonight. Oh, ads. All right. This. Yeah, it's kind of got like a Willem Dafoe vibes with this look. I think it's funny. I'll do that. We're gonna do a custom. So now I'm gonna have two of these. One that's closer up, so I can look at the face and line that up a little bit better, and then one farther away, so I can line up this hair. All right, ad should be up. Hello, pleb. Big hat hype. Yep, welcome back. Back from the ads. I appreciate you sticking through and joining us tonight as we work on the exclusive reveal of this new Odious head. It's been very exciting. I actually think I should probably pull this back a little bit more. That That works. Cool. All right. How you doing, pleb? How you doing, Nebby? Bunch of my wedge homies popping in around the same time. Not great. Oh man, I want to hear that. Not that I don't want to hear it, and I want you to stop. I mean, you need to let some stuff out that you're comfortable with. Go for it. But I'm just sad to hear that you're not doing well. See, mildly exhausted, but still in it to win it. That's good. Glad to hear that, Nebs. Uh, Sorry to hear that you're having less than a stellar time, Pleb. And I hope that gets better for you, man. I will be rooting for you for sure. As far as me, doing okay. A bit overwhelmed. A lot of stuff to do. Not just odious stuff. And the odious stuff is obviously more of a joy. It is a lot of work. So it has been on my mind and like weighing on me. I've been trying to figure out how to manage, but you know, even though it's a little bit of a stressor, it's a more welcome one. Everything else is like self induced, and I need to stop. But we ball. See, you're in my weed prayers right meow. Thank you for uh, keeping pleb in your smoky thoughts, Neb. It's also fun that you guys are like in at the same time and chatting with each other, and I get to say things like pleb and Neb. Are there preferences that you guys have as far as the way your names are pronounced in like this avenue? See, I've always been, I can make 6,000 characters in an hour estimated, and them all feel like they personally took weeks to even start on. See, factory speed, homemade quality. I just can't world build for half a damn. Hmm. And so I have all these characters, and since I don't have places to put them, I feel like a bad dad. Oh, dude. So I wish either I had people to give my OCs to be able to make a story. Doesn't matter to me. I mean, that isn't like the worst idea in the world. It would be fun, I would say, at least initially, to like reach out to groups and offer characters because there's probably people that are like good at world building but not great at character building. So you might fill a gap for them. And then it could be something if it's a greater need that you could, dare I say, monetize. Call you whatever I like. All right, Nebutron, you got it. Thank you. Yeah. I don't want to go straight into that, like, hey, you can make a profit off that idea. I know it doesn't really matter to you and you want homes for these characters. So I think there's a way that you can do that. I think it's a good idea. Maybe, but I don't know how to go about that. I mean, yeah, start small. Maybe look into D&D Facebook groups or other types of groups because it feels like Facebook is dying. Yay, Meta. Um, and yeah, maybe there's groups that are looking for players or looking for things, and they have stuff out there that might lend to going, oh, they need characters, and just go from there. Start small. See, maybe I could make a website, I restock when I make new ones and leave them on there. Yeah, I think that's the distribution problem. And honestly, I think that's probably the easier solve than most other issues. Because yeah, just finding out how to get the information to people to know that you exist and that this is a thing that you do, like in a marketing way, but obviously not really marketing because you're not doing that. But yeah, figuring out a way to uh, get the information out there that so people know that this is something that you do. And then, yeah, building the website to be like, hey, this is where you get the things. I think that is totally doable and could be a lot of fun once you like figure out how to do that. See, no one's ever called me Nebutron before. Well, you're welcome. I am a Transformers nerd. I mean, not as big as others. Like, I don't know all the lore, but just I love the Transformers. And so that is just the thing that came to my brain right off the bat. So you're welcome. And if you like it, I'll keep doing it. Shit. You don't know Gen 17 lore? No, I don't know so much. See, me, I always have like a problem retaining stuff. Like, I'm happy when things stick, information sticks, and that is like, whew, hooray me. But like, I've watched lore videos and been like, oh yeah, that's so cool. And then weeks later, I'm like, oh, that information that I love is gone now. Maybe I'll have to watch that video again someday. And then I just watch other things, so I never get back to that. Yeah, no, I'm a bad fan, and I don't always retain all the lore of the things that I love. That's why I also love Ghostbusters, because like lore ain't as extensive. Hooray for me. Let's see, now how do I make a website? Well, maybe what's that one website that they always advertise on the YouTube channels? I don't remember what it's called. Is it SquareSafe? Maybe you start there. I mean, there are like services that offer free-ish websites and tools that are easy to construct. I would just be because I've started to see the you can use AI to make your website shit now, and that I don't like. So I would try to avoid sites like that because ethically I don't think they're very good, and also they're probably just not gonna be very good in general. But like, yeah, stuff like Squarespace, I think might be good because they might give you the tools that you need. Yeah, yeah, I'm not using a Wix. Is that the one? Yeah, I'm not sure what the name of the one is that I've been seeing is, but I have heard of Wix, so that's probably if that's not the one, it's definitely one that I'm familiar with. Yeah, yeah, might do this with the tusks. Might bring them out a little bit more. Maybe I'll use this. Yeah, that looks a little bit better. Cool. All right, BRB. No problem, man. Take your time being here. I appreciate it. You got some stuff to take care of? No problem. I'm actually gonna do a few minutes. I'm gonna go downstairs and refill my water, take a little bit of a break. And maybe on what all you guys have been doing for a little bit. But yeah, tonight's been going good so far. This is about usually as long as I stream, so tonight's like a double stream. Super cool. We've had a real nice crew in here tonight, so it's been great. Ah, what's up, Ba? We've Grana we've Nineveh. I didn't see that earlier. Like, that's awesome. That I am very familiar with. Ba weep Grana weep Nineveh. That's the universal greeting. Now all I need is some Cybertronian Allspark gum to hand out. Right now, let's see. Now's a good time for me to stop for a second. So I will do this. I'm going to do this. All right, I'm going to put you right there. Let's see. You'll take an Energon snack? Sweet. All right, and then I'm going to do something fun. Text. Mm, mm, mm. Sure. Okay. Might even reciprocate. Hilarious, man. I'm gonna go real quick, refill my drink, maybe find a fun snackaroonie, and we'll hang out for a little bit. But I will be right back in a couple minutes. Hang tight, friends, and thank you for sticking around and watching. I appreciate all of you. Maybe I'll turn off my mic. Oop. All right, yay, we're back. Yep, it was a perfect time to autosave. I actually saw that as I was leaving. But yeah, so we're gonna take a second. I'm gonna have some snacks to eat. Try not to be too noisy. But yeah, here's a good time where we can chat. We can talk about stuff that's going on. Anybody watching any cool shows lately? I need to start Free Run myself, the second season. Um, I am planning to do that very soon. Thank you, Nebutron. Now I want to add a number at the end. I want it to be like Nebutron 5000. Pardon my chewing. Try to mute through bites. Don't want it to sound too gross. Yeah, I guess I can take the BRB away now. I thought that was fun. I was considering like different BRB screens that I could do, but I figure since I can do this real quick, it's very easy. And I can do like different fonts every time. I can leave the preview, whatever I'm working on, up. Hey, you're back around the same time that I'm back. Taking a bit of a break, snack break, so we can chat. It's good times. So anybody that's been out there lurking and hanging out, now is a good time to ask questions or let me know what you've been working on. Hmm. I've really been into these fig bars for quite a while now. Let's see. Probably won't be able to see well from. Oh, here we can show 'em. They're the uh, Nature's Bakery fig bars. They're super good. I usually have at least one packet with my breakfast every day. But yeah, see, I'm in this mood where I do want to take a break and I want to eat my snack, but I'm also not like ready to stop. So I'm gonna kind of like casually snack and sculpt. You love those? Yeah, yeah, they're really good. There's also they make other things too, other than the fig bars that are really good. They also make like these brownies. See, I just got some of those chocolate protein fig bars. Oh, I haven't seen those, but they do have like a brownie that is similar, but they're not fig bars. So are they also Nature's Bakery? Because I'd like to check those out just to see if I like them. Okay, now I'm just gonna kind of like get some shapes in here that kind of go along with the art. Then, oh, hmm, why are you doing this? There we go. And then once I kind of have these shapes roughed in, or these swoopy angles, then I'm gonna start just manually doing it and just seeing what happens, where the flow takes. We don't need to be like too much of a slave to the design, which it might not feel like that with the way I do this. But there's an element of play that kind of needs to be in here, you know? I just, yes, cool. I will definitely look for those. 'Cause I had not seen the chocolate fig bars. My favorite are the blueberry, um, regular fig, but I also like the raspberry. And then I don't have them right now, but the apple. I love apple stuff, especially green apple stuff. So yeah, so that's been a yummy treat for me. Another fun treat that recently I discovered because I was grocery shopping the other day are these Fat Boy ice cream sandwiches. That's what they're called. Um, not heard of them before, and not like super big ice cream lover. I don't need it a lot, like some uh, might. But I really do like a good ice cream sandwich, and I picked up two. There's a churro one, and um, a brownie one. And they're both very good, but I like the churro one a lot more because it has like a nice pocket of caramel inside, and I think that's like kind of an element of all of them. Like the brownie one has like some fudge inside the ice cream portion, but also with the churro one, uh, there's like a harder layer of caramel underneath the churro part that's between the ice cream and the like sandwich cookie section, and it's really good. It adds this crispness to it that I really like, and it's got like the brown sugar flavor to it, especially because like the churro part of the sandwich cookie is kind of soft. So the fact that there is an element that has kind of a crunch to it is pretty cool and pretty tasty. Because I like a good crunch, personally. Not everybody has to, but I sure do. Like potato chips, particularly like kettle chips, because those have that good crunch. I don't know if you could hear it. I heard my boy downstairs talking about something. He's down the stairs by himself, so I think he's talking to his YouTube videos. Okay, so we got that flow. So we need a bit of a flow that's different from the original beard. Mostly coming forward. Yeah. So yeah, those Fat Boy ice cream sandwiches I thought were delicious. I have already gone through my portion of them, so there are no more for me. The rest are for my wife. It was very funny because she was like, "All right, so are there going to be some left for me?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm not gonna eat your portion. I have finished mine." So now she hasn't, I don't think she's tried them yet. So now I have to check and see once she gets a chance if she likes them. And then if she doesn't, well, then it is more for me. But I think she'll like them a lot. She does like churros and brownies. So I have a feeling that I will not be getting extras. And that is perfectly okay. Because I do want her to like them. Because if she does, then it's a good excuse to get more. If she doesn't, then it'll probably be a more rare occasion. They are, they are. It's probably one of the fewer things that I miss about regularly going to Disney. So we used to go to Disney a lot. That was like, obviously, when it was more affordable, even when it was a little out of our range of affordability, we'd still splurge a bit. We both used to work there. That's how we met, actually. It's working at Disneyland. And yeah, so it's kind of a special place for us as well, which does make it a bummer that we don't go there as often. And it's more that the desire is not there either, because just isn't as fun as it used to be. And we're not super stoked on the way things are being run on the parks side of things. So yeah, it's just been kind of a bummer. Yeah, aside from that, we still love Disneyland a lot. Obviously, it's a big formative part of our lives, both working there and meeting each other there. We've made a lot of good friends there. We just don't go there anymore, at least very rarely, you know? Are there any theme parks or kind of like activity places that y'all go to regularly or that you used to go to that you kind of miss? I'd love to hear about that. Ooh, and we're coming up to the 7 o'clock hour, which is usually when we start stream. So thank you everyone who came earlier than usual and has been sticking around as I work through this project. Folks that have popped by that don't normally pop by. It's been really awesome to get to talk to you folks. Yeah, having a good time. All right, so I got the hair pretty much roughed in, and I think I want to complete the look before I start really getting into the nitty gritty of the details. I'm also going to take another bite of my fig bar, so hold on. So I'm going to get these teeth going. And what I might do is turn these existing teeth into kind of a uniform thing that I can build off of. And then I'm gonna probably draw those spikies in. So first what I'm gonna do is take this mesh and turn it into a Dynamesh. I'm gonna divide it a little bit up. Oh, it's already divided up. All right, so divide it up. I'll get Dynamesh open. I don't need it to be super high detail. And then we're just gonna smooth it out. Might even drop the detail a little bit more. We're just turning this into like a buck piece of geometry that I can build these teeth onto. see where we're at. Okay. So we're going to fill in some of these gaps on the side. And I think first what we're going to do is we're going to get his fins in place. So that'll help us judge. Right, and these kind of point and turn out, which is different than usual. They also turn up. So I'm going to roll these. I think they go pretty far back. Right about there for that one. And the other one's much forward. Right there. Just in the back a bit, a little bit. And now I'm going to kind of adjust this so it feels like it's working around the tooth. Okay. Now we'll do the lower. Move these in. Right, and these are going to be kind of relief. Kind of focus on this one first, and then I'll make the adjustment. How are we doing though? Pretty good. I see we still got a decent amount of people. Appreciate all y'all lurking, hanging out. If anybody's new, please say hi. Let us get to know you a little bit. As far as what I've been doing, I'm working on this figure. This is a new head for an existing action figure that I have worked on with a buddy of mine. His name is Unparalleled Universe, I think. And we have Irwin pop up there. Uh, I'll get Wade's Instagram going. Hey, you guys are here. Yay. Thank you for lurking and hanging out. Appreciate you guys. So now we're going to share Unparalleled Instagram for a bit. And then we'll get yours up there too, Erwin. I promise. Yeah. How you guys doing? You having a good evening? Thanks for hanging out. We're getting to the point where I would normally be starting stream. Oh, dude, no problem, Erwin. I love your work. I'm excited. Oh, you know what you should do? I know it's already like done, so obviously you're not like super promoting it, but like tell me about the comic, man. That's exciting. I backed it and I'm looking forward to getting mine. I don't remember the whole backstory of it. Is that a second edition? Is this a second of it coming out? Hey, you're back for a bit. Thanks. Let's see. Wade, I'm working on a pencil, a soldier of army. Oh, thanks for. Oh yeah, no problem, man. It's kind of a fun time. Everybody's kind of like come out of the woodworks. I asked and you all came forward. How you doing, Zach? Welcome back. We got my buddy Wade's Instagram up, so if you want to check that out, that's a pinned comment. We got Erwin. He's on an Army O drawing right now, which is super exciting, based off of the figure that we got coming out from the Kickstarter. Yeah, Wade is awesome. He's a toy reviewer primarily, but also a toy photographer. And he streams on YouTube quite a bit during the week to talk about toys and get in touch with the community. Pretty cool. So yeah, check out his Instagram. Toy. That's you're right. I'm wrong. At this point, you are a toy maker. You're not only I would argue that you some have the title, the name Toy Daddy, but you truly are a toy daddy because you have birthed Odious. And I don't know if that's how you want to be known, but sorry. Wade hates that. You tell him Smiley as you vote. It's true. I think you can share that because, man, you definitely went into labor with Odious. That's for sure. Let's see. Recent Kickstarter was for a new mini series of my Angriest Warrior character called Crooked Crucible, written by my friend Warwick Walker. Cool, yeah. I mean that character looks cool. I'm excited to read the comic, so I'm super happy for you that succeeded, dude. See, Josh Brown knows me. Yep. Oh yeah, he sure does. Kevin showed Odious with no pants. Josh, why you got a tattle? Why you got a tattle? All my other O's are doing other things, and so this was the one that was nearby. So I had to show this guy off because I wanted to show him, and I didn't have time to dress him. Oh, you're calling Josh a good boy now? Hmm. Careful. You don't want him to have too big of a head. All right, so we got these additional fangs kind of done. So now we got to get those sharp, pointy teeth in place. And there's a row. Not sure how you feel about that. Yeah. Erwin, I sent you an email, sir, for next product. Ah, cool. All right, we got things happening in the chat. It's popping. All right, so we have a row. The top row of teeth is behind the bottom row. So it's kind of an underbite going here. So actually with that, I also kind of want to bring this upper lip back just a little bit more and then bring the lower lip forward just a tad, just so it makes sense. Because that's kind of what's happening with underbites and overbites. It's not just the teeth, but there's a jaw shift that's going there. Hello, hello. Yeah, Oni Odious. Oh, Ondious? Yeah, this is where we are. Welcome in, Mega Carp. Glad to have you in. See, the chat is moving and a shaking. Yeah, you guys talk amongst yourselves, talk to me. I don't mind at all. It's fun, honestly, for me when it's moving no matter what. Then I can jump in, and if I'm locked in and you guys are having a good time chatting it up, that is a win in my book. All right, I do have to move this tooth over. I'm gonna mask it off. I'll try to get these in more of a correct position. Go. Everything else I think is close. Because again, so once we get into 3D space, sometimes uh, being too much of a slave to the design doesn't really work. So I like to not worry about it too much. Okay, so I'll do this just for funsies. Kind of draw in a little bit of where it goes. So it splits down the middle. Let's get about 3 that are visible on this side. Push that in just a little bit to make that more possible. And then it looks like about the same on that side. Again, this is just kind of to help me target because I'm actually going to put teeth in place and then like soften this up and smooth it out again. And back here, we don't have any reference to how those are going to go. So I can just make that shit up. How you doing tonight? Hey, Carp. Are you having a good night? What you been up to? Definitely appreciate you swinging through. I also think it's funny that Josh is like, yeah, the chat's moving and a shaking, and then y'all got quiet again. And I see Doom. Just happen to look at the list of folks because I can like see when people pop in. I see Doombots here. All right, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a sphere, and I'm going to turn it into a pointy buddy. Yep, way to go, Josh. You destroyed the chat. Typical. I don't know why I even keep you around. Oh, wait, I know why. Because you're super nice and supportive. Thank you. Thank you for being here, Josh. For all of you to know right now, another ad break is going to show up in the next little under 5 minutes. So if you could, please stick through the ads. For those of you who are subbed, you get the luxury of not having to worry about that. I usually don't stop working during the ad break, especially in times like this when I'm trying to get something done. So I will continue to work, but I won't chat as much because I'd like to keep you all engaged and not have you feel like you're too left out of what's going on. Ooh, that's looking cool already. See, what do you got, Josh? Let's see. Tan straight. I'm trying to get back into full con prep mode. Pretty constant printing and cleaning this week. Oh man. Yeah, no, it's the grind. I have sad news. Speaking of con mode, I will not be going to Comic-Con this year. And it's all my fault because I was a dummy. Split masked. Holy jeez, this looks killer Kev. Glad I made some of the stream. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, this is really cool. I'm digging this a lot. Big shout out again to Obo for the awesome art that we have here. This has been a really fun head to work on. Started it today, and we are gonna come on. There we go. We're gonna get there. Boom! And yes, Nebutron, I do see that you said toy daddy. Yep, here we are. We're doing it. All right, I'm going to mirror these and then kind of move them. There we go, kind of like that. Thumbs up, kitty. It's nice. I definitely appreciate everybody coming through. Should have, and you know, I'm glad you can make the part stream too. You made it to the usual time slot, so you are on point. You have made it here without any special notification to say, hey, it's 7. Come on by to KGart stream. So those are some big points to you, Mr. Doom. You probably can't hear me yet, but I will say the same thing in a little bit, unless you're already through the ads. Then I don't have to. Okay. All right. Now I'm going to kind of do the same thing to this. Actually, I'm going to do this. Drag. Kind of mess with the bottom chompers. Now they're a little bit more spread out and uneven. So I'm going to make these separate. Hide them for now. I'm going to do the side teeth. There we go. All right, ads are up. Y'all are back. Welcome back. Thank you for sticking through. Those folks that aren't subbed, I appreciate you. It helps a lot. One, to stick through the ads because that just helps me. And two, it helps because you're sticking through stream. And it's nice to have people here, one, to watch and see what's going on, and to talk to. All right, I'm going to split these and mirror these as well. Another great part of digital sculpting is there are some time saves. Oh wait, no, this is when the ads start. Man, I always get confused with the preview of, hey, ads are coming, because the countdown looks the same on my end through my software. Doom says, happy Saturday, Erwin and Josh. But he doesn't know that Wade's here yet, does he? All right, yeah, that's looking really cool. And now I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do with the ears. I'm gonna get a good shape going. I think we'll do that because that doesn't disrupt the front at all. And when we mess with the hair, we'll fix that. There you go, that looks a lot better. Let's see. Doombot, where the hell you been? Okay, let's see. Start spreading these out. Okay, these all got to shift. All right, ad breaks are over. Doom, are you going to be quiet? Or are you going to answer Wade's question? He says, where the hell have you been? Where have you been? Have you been neglecting Wade's stream? Because you've been pretty good. I mean, I see you popping in my streams. I appreciate it. Maybe the bigger question is, Wade, what did you do? What did you do to Doom? Keep him away. Do you make him sad? Or do you really think he's just being a punk? Mm. And am I actually perpetuating to start beef in my chat for other people? Maybe. I don't know. Let's find out. Probably to what? That he's being a punk and not showing up, or that you made him sad? That's my question. But yeah, so to get back to what I was saying, which is also sad, I was like, okay, time to register for Comic-Con coming up, and my registration, my credentials were up this year, so I need to re-register so that way I can get my 3 more years of going to Comic-Con. And then I open up the email and I think, oh, everything's good. And then I actually look and see that I was supposed to do all registration stuff for credentials for the 2026 cons by September 19th of this past year. So I'm well behind that date. So I'm still going to re up my credentials, but they will be for the 2027 Comic Con and the years that follow, unfortunately. But that's kind of good because I was kind of up in the air about going this year. It might be good to take a break. Um, it is a bummer because it is a time where I get to see a lot of folks that I don't get to see. Um, Wade in particular. So obviously, it turns out I couldn't have gone to WonderCon this year anyway because I didn't do my credentials. So I didn't realize that date was there because I wasn't checking my emails well enough. But yeah, I feel like I'm not going to see you for a while now, unless next time you come down, we like meet up at Frank and Sons or grab dinner or something or lunch, depending on like whenever you guys are here. But yeah, it's gonna be a minute again. All right, so since this stuff is all like relief, I can one bring it back a little bit deeper, and two, I can go more pointy with each individual tooth. I don't have to worry about bluntness or safety issues because these aren't going to actually be sharp. So I'm going to go through, point at these teeth a little bit. So sometimes Stream Elements hides. That's the software that I use. If I go away from, if I go to Stream Elements for something and then come back to ZBrush, and if I don't tap on it first, so that's very frustrating. So every once in a while, you'll hear me make a noise, and then I will not do something that I was going to do in ZBrush, and it's because I'm dealing with Stream Elements being a punk. All right, so I can push this like plane back a little bit. And some of it will kind of become gums, and some of it will be a rough, like, background texture. And there really isn't possibly gums in the art, but it's hard to say. So I'm just going to try to see what makes the most sense. Okay, all right. Now we'll do sharpening of these teeth. And what I'm using to just sharpen these like real quick and easy and simple, since they're small elements, I don't need to go like crazy with the detail. I might go back in and rough the teeth up a little bit with some texture work, but to do this just real quick, doesn't really matter that like if I like pull a little bit from one tooth or the other because it's just so small. I'm using the pinch brush. When I run it along, it just kind of like pinches in all the geo. I'll bring this stuff up. Then with the gums, I'll smooth these elements. I think I'm going to quickly retopologize this because it's kind of ugly looking mesh. So I'm going to use ZRemesher. It's not working. Thought I lost some stuff for a second, or was gonna. So let me save real quick, because it's been a minute. And let me see if I can do something really quick. I want to see what's inside here. The inside doesn't look too bad. I'm going to Dynamesh again, a lower level. And I'm going to see. I'm going to do quick save too. Or just all my projects that I have open. Because I have a few things open that I just kind of am juggling through. Multiple Odious parts. Uh, Jeff the Shark, which I'll actually bring him up in a second. Just so folks can see where he is at. If you missed the stream where I was coloring him up, which was that last stream? I feel I feel like that was last stream. I was thinking it was 2 weeks ago, but it's not. Did I get rid of Jeffy? Might have. Let's load him. I'll be back. I'm going on my walk. Cool. Well, thank you, Erwin. And speaking of, so let me get Jeff the Shark up. Jeff the Shark. Oh, open. Yay. Here's a little Sharky boy. This is who I was painting when I did my collab paint stream with Jester Wedge. Whoa, it's Holly Wade. I'm still around, yo. Sorry, y'all. I'm also eating. Hey, no problem, Doom. It's all good, dude. This is the guy that I've been working on the past, I think 3 or 4 streams, I think. I think he turned out pretty well. Really enjoyed working on this guy. It's kind of a palette cleanser for me. But yeah, so what I wanted to do is also pull up Erwin Papa's Insta. Here we go. We'll pin Erwin for a bit. So yeah, he is the guy that made this. For those of you that are looking, that Wade is so jealous of. This is mine. Cowboy O, werewolf in the background. You have the cool color art, so don't act like you don't have this art. You just don't have this original. It's mine. Yeah, Erwin uh, just had a successful Kickstarter for a comic that he does. He was explaining a little bit of it in the chat. So go check out his Instagram if you can. Really cool dude. He also streams on YouTube. I had his channel up earlier, but you can find it, I believe, through his Instagram. So check out his streams too. He does all of his fantastic art. Here we go. Super white Oni mask. All right. Yeah, this is very much coming along. I'm very happy with it. See, now that we have everything saved, let me try to no lagging. Okay. Let me see if we can do one more time where you remesh. My computer's cooking right now. Fan's going crazy. I wonder what's going on. It's been like that all night. Know what I'll do? Get rid of one file. Hopefully get some memory back. Okay, let's see if we can remesh this tooth section. Yeah, there's something weird with this file, this particular tool. So I'm not going to worry about it too much. Because it's also dynameshing really weird. It's not the usual way the mesh looks when you dynamesh. I also have to turn it down really low to export. Let me try this. Let me go down to 1 export scale. I can turn it back up to 9.95. Dynamesh again. See, that looks about right. There we go. All right, that's better. All right, that's what I wanted to do. Because I wanted to be able to divide this up a little bit. and work on it in a more manageable way. Again, we're not going to see much of this, so we're not going to like do too much work here. Just want to give the hints of the gum in some areas, but only kind of where it counts. And we don't have to worry too much about what the mesh looks like. This is going to be like barely visible, but it's going to be visible, so we need something there. And again, I can't thank y'all enough for hanging out, stopping by. It's been a fun night. It's a fun project. I always like getting to work on Odious stuff. And it's also really cool when I get to do it when I get to share with Odious fans, which I am also a fan of Odious. And it's nice when we can come together and enjoy this cool figure that we kind of all had a hand in one way or another, bringing to life. Wade and I are, the big portion of the creative, along with Erwin and Bobo, Dave Williams, which that's another head that I need to work on. But I'm probably going to have to do all that one on the side. But everybody that kickstarted had faith, put in their blood, sweat, and tears to campaign and push and share for the whole month that it was going. And then not only that, but just pouring your own money into making this stuff a reality is, I don't know how it could be more grateful to get to do stuff like this. And then also to be in this point, in this position, to be able to share the work as I'm doing it, and for all of you to come and watch and hang out and chat and share with me. It's very cool. I feel very lucky and very privileged to be in this position. Because honestly, a big part of me being able to do this is all you awesome toy homies turning out and supporting. And yeah, so not to be too gushy, but thank y'all. I definitely appreciate everybody that takes the time to hang out with me here, took the time help make Odious 2.0 a reality. I'm not crying, you're crying. I know. Try not to get too mushy. Um, but yeah, it's been a wild 5, 6 months for me. It's getting to that point where it's like hard to believe it's been this long now to be doing stuff like this. I still need to make some adjustments because I'm also sacrificing family time for this kind of stuff. That's why the streams are not normally this long because I want to give my family their Saturdays. But also, I always stream on Saturdays. So there might be some time adjustments. I know I've already talked about that a little bit, but I'm considering doing at least a couple streams a month on Mondays. And then, we'll just see how well those perform to decide where we'll go from there. But, you know, no matter how that shakes out, the fact that anybody's been giving me their time on their Saturday nights, whether it's like really locked in and chatting and hanging out, or just making sure they turned out and lurked, is super cool. And I can't thank y'all enough. All right. A little bit more of the gums over here. And then I really want to get cooking on the hair. That's one of my favorite things to work on. On most projects, honestly. Sometimes it's a little tedious, but when it comes down to it, I have a lot of fun with hair sculpts. Okay. Let's see, I think I'm going to start with a damn stainer brush. It's kind of like block in some of the separations of areas, and then work on some transitions. And also, right now, while we're kind of quiet, I'm working on hair, which can be very zen. I do just want to remind y'all that take some time to make things for yourself or for others. Be creative in some way. At a time where AI is prevalent and things can be kind of spat out with the click of a button, don't let that be the only shit that's getting out there. Make stuff. Make it for you, make it for someone else, for a friend, a family member, collaborate with people. If you don't feel like you can do something on your own, if you don't think you're creative, find something creative that excites you and give it a try. Yep, that's right, Josh. It's mine too. Don't let your dreams be dreams, said that weird, creepy ass guy, Shia LaBeouf. Wonder who wrote that for him. They seem pretty creative. Oh, you know what I want to talk about? That I just thought of. Maybe some of you guys can chime in that have been in the back if you have experienced it. But I last Wednesday saw Project Hail Mary, and good God, that is a great film. If you have not seen Project Hail Mary yet, do it. Go out as soon as you can before it leaves theaters. It is worth it. It is a theater going experience for sure. Yeah, it is fantastic. Um, if you haven't heard of it, still go see it. Look it up, go see the trailer, whatever. But yeah, go see it. It is a movie that I think is needed right now in a lot of ways. Probably has hurled its way to the my top 10 all-time movies at the very least, and there's a good chance that it is cracking my top 5 because it is incredible. It is well written, well performed. Um, the visual effects are astounding to look at, and there are some effects in the film that it's hard to believe they are mostly, if not sometimes 100% practical effects with digital enhancements. And sometimes, I would say actually most of the time, those digital enhancements, unless it's like cleanup work, um, are based off of practical work. So yeah, it's pretty great. I'm actually one of my earbuds is starting to fade. But I think if I take it out. Hello. I think I still should be. I think I still should be good with the one. Let me know if it sounds any different, better or worse. Probably not better, but let me know if it sounds worse right now with one less earbud. Because really, it's just my microphone, so I don't need to. 'Cause I'm not hearing you guys. A little different, but fine. Cool. I'll let it charge for a little bit and then I'll put it back in. For whatever reason, the right earbud, it goes out much sooner. And I don't know why. Because With some of my older earbuds, I used to like trade off. Sounds good to you? Thank you. I'm glad. Some of my older earbuds, I would trade off. These I usually wear them together. So I don't know why the right one is like going out sooner. And it's kind of always been like that from the beginning since I got them. They're good earbuds, they sound good, and they have a pretty good battery life, charge time. But for whatever reason, the right ear always will go out after a number of hours. Let's see, I'm going to do a little bit of work on the tips of some of the hair. I'm going to use the snake hook brush to kind of pull the ends, get kind of a curve to them. Yeah, like I said, this is the time where I start to get a little quiet. Like, a little bit of Dragon Ball energy. Okay, where are we at? We're almost to 8 o'clock, so that is pretty good. I'm liking where we're at. I think. Is there a backstory to this head? That's a good question. I do not know. I was just given the art. I don't really know the backstory to any of the different uh, Odious figures for this particular run. I know a guy who might, but I don't know how much he is willing to share with all that stuff, whether it's right now or in the future. Like I know once these things get in boxes, there's definitely going to be some backstory blurbs depending on I think which O is in which box. I think. I don't know. I can't confirm that. It's just what I thought was kind of happening, but I don't remember exactly. But I don't know if Wade, if he's still here. If you are still in the chat and you're not busy, man, Doom has a good question. It might not be one that you're willing to answer, but if you are, I'd sure like to know. And really, my plan for tonight was to get this mostly roughed in and detailed. I'm not gonna take the hair to finish tonight because I'll need probably at least one more pass, and that pass probably needs to be not a pass where I'm distracted, but I'm hoping that um, I get it to kind of a good point, and then I'm gonna start moving on to the face and doing the detail work on that, and have mostly the face done tonight, which means that this head will be pretty darn close in this little what 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 little 5 to 5.5 ish hour session from tonight that we've been working on this. And I will say it's been fun to do this particular head on stream. One, because it gives Wade a chance to kind of see it come to life. Two, I get to reveal it and share it with fans of the figure and anybody that didn't take the time to come by tonight might be kicking themselves a little bit, not realize exactly what was happening. But I also do understand that that's hard, a hard ask on a Saturday. So some people just can't make it. Some are probably going to kick themselves just a little bit. Because one of the things I have enjoyed about this whole process is people telling me they really like watching and seeing how things are made. Oh, it does look like we lost Wade. Sorry, Doom. Story. It looks cool. I mean, yeah, yeah, Josh. I mean, pretty much. Now let me do this kind of strandy alpha pass, and then I'm going to move back onto the face. It's too soft. And then in probably about an hour, hour and a half, um, we are going to be rating Suspicious Ravioli and see what she's up to. She is a cool cat, like I said before, and if you weren't here, if you were here, you can hear it again. She's a variety streamer. She does games sometimes, IRL stuff. She'll do cooking. She'll just hang out. She's very smart. She has been through a crazy amount of shit in her life and come through. She will say she's a degenerate, and I can't say she's wrong. But honestly, so am I, but in different ways. I am very vanilla in my life when it comes to family and work and stuff. But my humor and tastes and everything are broad. My political views, I don't know if they're radical. I just care about people, and that seems radical. At least some people think so. So in that case, maybe I hit that category. But like I said, I just like to make things and hang out with cool people. And that is Sus. She is a cool person who does fun stuff. And I think she's incredibly entertaining and funny. So yeah, she's doing a crazy, and she's also been through like crazy health issues. So we are gonna help her out. So if you stick around, you're gonna get to meet her and a bunch of other pals, some who have been through here tonight. I've met a lot of cool people through Sus and that community. And one of the things I love about that community is it's just like everybody here, from all the different places that you have come from. It's just another big ass, awesome, supportive group of folks. And like, not just me, but clearly, like, everybody in the community supports each other. And I try to do the same because I, in general, am a fairly supportive person. I like to help people achieve the things that they want to, and if I can help in any small way, I try to. Maybe to my detriment sometimes, but you know, the world's crazy, so we all got to stick together. I also have not done a raid yet. I've been wanting to for a long time. Tonight feels like the night because I know I'm going to remember. Most of the time I forget, and then hopefully I can make it into a habit and we can find new artists and other people to raid, unless we got a fun friend that we need to support. Definitely would like to point this small community around to find other really awesome artists and people that are doing cool things, you know? But yeah, so here we are. So this is the very, very, very roughed in Ronin mask, Oni mask version of Odious. And now that I got everything pretty much roughed in, I'm going to start working on some of the more sculptural detail of the face to get the forms where I want them. And then I'm going to start to add the ornate details. And some of them are going to be sculpted in. Some elements might be bits that are like reliefed on top. And we'll kind of figure that out as we go. Yeah, been having a really fun time doing this tonight. Hope you all have been enjoying hanging in there. Again, if you have any questions or thoughts, both on the sculpt or anything, or want to share just what you're doing, feel free. Yes, sir. Hey, no problem. Hey, you know what? You're not late though, um, because I still have like another like hour and a half. So if you think that's late, you are wrong. But thank you for coming in when you can. I appreciate you. Um, yeah, here we are. So this is what I've been working on tonight. Started kind of from scratch. Here, I'll do this. So this is where we started. This was the head that I kind of cannibalized. And this isn't an actual like Odious head, it's different parts from different heads. Do that. And then here we are. This is where we're at now. So how you doing tonight, Davis? Are you having a good night? Let's see. That's Insane Man. Is this a new Ronin head? Yes, this is going to be part of the Ronin body for sure. And I think, let's see, Wade keeps popping in and out. He was here for a bit, then he had to peace out. He might be lurking in the background sometimes when you switch platforms and stuff. Twitch gets really weird. But yeah, so I have some questions for him about like the new stuff. I know Doom was asking lore questions, so if he does pop in again, uh, we can maybe ask him some questions on some of that stuff. But if he doesn't, welcome. Enjoy the ride. So right now, I'm just going to kind of go in and start really working on the face. Not necessarily smoothing it, because obviously he's not a smooth looking character. See, damn, that's one. I didn't get. Oh, I may have to reconsider now, though. Yeah. Um, yeah, no, because that one it is going to have a few more expression heads that haven't been shown, and then this head exclusively is going to be with the Ronin, and it's really, really cool. So, yeah, maybe you should. I think there's still some around. Yeah, here we go. So I'm kind of upping the subdivision level. See, what are we at? Maybe I don't want to go that high yet. So now I'm just going to come through and feel it out. And hopefully over the next hour or so, I'm just going to flesh it out, rework all the shapes, get the volumes nice. And add some of the finer detailed stuff. But how have you been, Mr. Davis Adam? Did you have a good Saturday? Mine was mostly doing some stuff around the house, hanging with the family a little bit. And then I started stream earlier than normal. Normally I do stream at around 7, but today I started at 4 because one, I wanted to get to work on this, and I figured if I'm gonna be working on it, I might as well stream it. And so because of that, I wanted to make sure that I start a little earlier than normal. See, all right, kind of the same deal here. I was hanging with my brother, and then it's cleaning a lot at home. Yep, it's we're getting to that point where it's spring cleaning and stuff like that, and I I have personally not been doing a great job cleaning around the house this year. So now the weekends are dedicated to doing a little better here and there. And some weekends I feel like I'm successful, and other weekends I don't. But hey, keep going, soldier on. Because on top of it, I got to get this stuff done. So I only have so much time in the day, man. I think we all do. But it's been fun. It's been a good afternoon. Let's see, this year, like my yeah, it's an easy thing to overlook for sure. Nothing beats the result of a clean place. So you're right. And I'm usually good at doing a good deep clean. And ads are going to start, I think, or did they just finish? So ads starting soon. So ads are going to start right now. So stick through the ads, folks, and we'll see you on the other side. I think you just came in, so you might be avoiding these ads because you probably saw some on the way in. And if that's the case, cool. If not, I will talk to you in a little bit after the ads go through. But yeah, I've just been having a really good time working on this, um, and just streaming in general and working on stuff. So I know that tonight is a special night because it's Odious centric. How the second werewolf head go? That's a good question. It's pretty much done. It's one of those things where it's like there's still some more detail work I want to do on it. But it is, I would say, ready to go. So I just have some more finer hair work in some areas that I'd like to do. But yeah, here's the werewolf head. I think it turned out pretty good. I'm excited about it. It's going to be in three parts for manufacturing because obviously this mouth is wild. And also this tongue is kind of crazy, so that's going to key in separately. The jaw is going to key in separately. It's not going to hinge. It's just going to be a cool expression. But yeah, so there you go. That's how that is coming out. And now we got another really cool head coming in. See? Oh, the ad started right as you're okay. All right, it's telling me that we are back from ads. So since I showed it just as they started last time, here we are. So this is where we're at. Looking pretty good. Pretty much finished. There are some areas that I want to like run through and do a little bit higher detail passes for finer hair. But yeah, he done. And now we got this guy, which I really like. Like every time like I go away and come back, I'm falling in love with his head. Thank you, Erwin. How was your walk? Was it nice and pleasant? Do you have a doggo or anything that you go on your walk with? Tired? Yeah. Means it was a good walk. You were doing it right. I'm back. Looks dope. Hinge jaw or not? Nah, we're not doing a hinge jaw. We talked about it, but it's just going to add complication to the whole thing, and we really just want it to be a kick-ass expression, or at least that's basically what it came down to when I was asking uh, Wade what he wants, and yeah, I think it's just fine. So hinge jaws are cool, but another thing about it is like it it works. It looks like it's functional, but if we did hinge it, there's a lot of other things that we need to engineer to make sure it closed, and it probably wouldn't close great with the design that we have, which means that like we'd have to redesign a lot of stuff. So it looks great with the uh, design that Bobo came up with. It matches that, and trying to engineer it to hinge would compromise that design. Like I already kind of made it necessary adjustments already, and this would just require so much more. So yeah, that's basically why it ain't gonna be hingy. And while I was kind of disappointed a little bit because I was looking forward to that, I thought it was gonna be cool. In the end, I think it's better not. Hinge jaws can be fun, but they are a lot more effort, and honestly, they don't always turn out great. And I think maybe if we had thought from the beginning to do that and have that be kind of in the cards in the design process with Bobo, then it might have been a greater possibility. That's just not the way the cookies crumble. And honestly, that's okay. And if sometimes I get into this into weird positions when I'm sculpting in this software. So if there's any ever time where like it looks like I'm kind of in a weird position on screen working on stuff and you can't really quite see what I'm doing and you'd like to, please let me know. Because a lot of it is me just going off of feeling and just the angles I need to get, but I also want to make sure that you guys can see, you know, everything that you want to see. That's funny. But yeah, if there's ever a time where like I'm at a weird uh, position or if the model's like not on screen in a comfortable way for you to see what's going on, please, 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 just let me know. So I'll be more than happy to make adjustments. Yeah, right now I'm just kind of going in and I'm filling out the forms the way I kind of want them to go, and I'm not being super smooth with it because I kind of want this like cool texture, and I'm going to go back in and smooth it out. I might add some of it back in later. I want to keep somewhat of this roughness to get this like weathered skin. Time has taken a toll on him. Yes, it has, for sure. We don't actually know how much time this guy's had, you know? He's definitely had a rough go. And this rough go can mean so much. Like, I am, just like Doom, very curious what the lore behind this guy is, because it's not your typical Odious, clearly. So what happened? Like, is he possessing someone and then possessed by an Oni? Or did an Oni discover Pam and thus Odious is possessing an Oni? We don't know yet. There's so many cool possibilities, and I'm really excited to hear more and find out like what's the deal with this particular Odious story. And again, that's all like speculation. I don't know what Wade has cooking. But I mean, just going off of the design, and kind of knowing how Wade works, he probably just gave Bobo some like fun prompts of what he'd like to see in typical Bobo fashion. Nailed it, and probably then some, you know? See, my guess was that it was like a penance stare. He described the skull as, but the Ronin version. Oh yeah, it's just like, is this separate lore from the greater Odious universe? Is this kind of like this like pocket universe stuff that we're getting into, or is this like straight up Odious lore, but a different experience because of other factors, you know? That's what I'm very curious about. Like how much of the Odious lore applies to this particular Ronin, or is this like a standalone New story. Either way, I'm super curious and super excited. And I'm just glad I get to work on some more fun Odious stuff, you know? And also just in general, thank you to Wade for, you know, allowing this kind of thing. Because not everybody does. There's not too many opportunities. I mean, again, it's not like I'm out to a huge audience. I appreciate you. You are a great, group of people that are hanging out in chat. But I know some toy companies like worry about lots of crazy stuff getting out, and here we're a tight knit little group, and you have this exclusive, you know, and I'll post some pictures after I show Wade and he approves whatever I can share. But it's cool that he, said, yeah, do this on stream. That'll be fun. And even cooler that you guys are here because I actually get to share it with like fans of Odious. Let's see. Looks dope as always, sir. Thank you very much, Doom. I appreciate you so much. It's always nice when you're in chat hanging out. And yeah, like I said, I feel very supported by many people. Y'all are no exception. So thank you for being here, for having fun and experiencing this kind of stuff, for supporting Odious. Yeah. You have a calm streaming voice. Thank you, Keisha. Hey, you love lurking. Yay. I love you lurking. You have been a wonderful, wonderful addition to my Twitch Discord family. It's been very nice to get to know you, and I definitely appreciate you coming in and supporting when I stream. You've been so sweet. I hear my wife yelling to my kid asking what he's doing. What are you doing? Yeah, oh man, I just love this design. It's so fun. Why are you crying, Keisha? Don't cry. Love it. playmaking is just like it's wild because it's something that I did not intend to fall into, but it has been just such a fun world to be a part of. It's also been a very interesting one to be a part of as a toy maker versus a collector. Like I've done some collecting. There's lots of things. Like clearly I have stuff in the background that I collect, but primarily toy wise, I collect Transformers, and I probably would not have continued to collect Transformers as much as I do now if I hadn't gotten into toy making. So I'm also glad that this has enabled me to continue my vice and hobby of collecting Transformers. Also, shout out to my wife and thank you, my wife, for continuing to be supportive of those bad habits of mine, filling our house with toys. It's not too bad. I try to keep it to somewhat of a minimum. You know, we can only fit so much, and that's for everybody. You know, we can only fit so many things in our houses, our apartments, all the places that we keep our shiz. Yeah, it's nice when you have a fun, sweet, and supportive partner that lets you enjoy the things that you love. All right, I feel like I've been doing a little bit too much dead air again. What's everyone been doing lately? Anybody playing any video games lately? I am a gamer, but I've been so busy that I've not been playing, and it's been frustrating as hell. But I am excited. I've downloaded a number of games that I intend to play very soon, so I don't feel like I'm too far away from the light at the end of the tunnel of getting to enjoy gaming again. I've been jealous of constantly seeing my kid get to game and enjoy his games. I mean, I'm very happy for him. I'm like, oh man, I want to play my games. It's not even like a, oh, he's taking up the TV kind of thing. It's very much a, oh man, I just don't have the time and I'm not in the mood. I just need to get through a bunch of stuff that I need to get done so that way I can actually get back to gaming. Let's see. Yo, Kevin. Hi, my name is the Sculpt. Is that the name of this particular character? Is that what you're saying? Is that something that was said in last night's stream? Because I know he shared and revealed, I think he revealed the art. So is that the name of this character? Oh, oh man, I misread. I hide my name in the sculpt. Okay, you got it, Josh. Ta-da! Hidden. Oop, there you go. You are now immortalized in this version. That's, that's two hidden? Oh man. See, now you're putting too many stipulations. I don't know. Not happy with what you get? Ugh, that's greedy. You'll take it? Okay, good. And you know what Wade would say to you? Good boy. Taking what you could get. Okay, where are we at? Still doing pretty good. I'm gonna say this again. I'll ever like save things 3 or 4 times just because you're like, I haven't saved this. Yeah, love this head. Really digging it. Ooh, hear that? Popping my fingers. Ooh, I'm stretching my fingers. That's actually one thing that Slim had said to me earlier is to take some time to stretch. See, for me though, I can sit for a very long time. So this chair is not a great chair. So yeah, so I'm gonna stretch a little bit. Eh, eh. Mostly work my fingers because honestly, I move around enough when I'm working that I don't get super stiff. But but the hands, man, the hands can get super stiff. Ooh, it looks like Sess is doing a movie night. Still gonna keep going and get as far as I need to want to for this stream. I still want to get like the details, I think, mostly done. And I think I can do that before the night is up. Right now, Sorry, I just got a message. There's some fun stuff going on with Sessa stuff. I don't know if I explained, but I am part of her event team for her week-long streaming. And there's this like background game that's being played. And I got a message saying that I was the only hope to beat one of the people that is basically in the lead because everyone else is so far behind. Let's see. Have you ever hidden a real Easter egg in a sculpt before that went into production? Um, no. No, I haven't. Not because I didn't want to, it's just I've never really had the gumption. And honestly, Odious is probably something that we should have maybe considered doing something like that because that would have been fun for us and could have been fun for the fans, for you guys. But yeah, no, we just did not. So that is unfortunate in that regard. But funny, the funniest thing I've ever actually worked on in a way, maybe not the funniest, but it kind of is, is uh, I've done work for Pez. I did that a long time ago when I was at another studio. And they did a Disney Pez dispenser set of the Seven Dwarfs. And the design for those was challenging because we thought of doing just the heads, but those for the most part did not work just because some of them, most of them, their beards are just far too long. So we decided to go the route of torso, which really hadn't been done before for Pez dispensers, where it was like a character that it was just their torso, or not. It wasn't just their head, but it was their torso as well, like waist up. But because they're so small, it works. Now here's the funny part: since they're waist up, and since they are small, and the Pez dispensers flip at the waist, what do you think happens when you release the Pez? I'll let you guys think about it. See. Odious, the Pez dispenser curse confirmed. No, well, I mean, what is confirmed is that there's a lot of Pez dispensers that are cousins of Odious, because Wade often likes to point out all the characters and action figures that are cousins of Odious because I worked on them at some point. But yeah, so since the dwarves basically bend back at the waist, and when they tilt back, Where the Pez comes out, it's very suspect. And honestly, we didn't do it on purpose. And it went through approval at Disney, and that product won Product of the Year awards. And it's just so funny because, man, that is some sus stuff. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm gonna paint some of these details on so I know where they sit, and then I'll be able to figure out sculpturally what I'm going to do. Right. Autosave's happening. I'm going to do a manual save. Once I do that, then I'm going to paint this stuff on. And I will say thank you again for all of you that have been hanging out with me on this work along stream. A little different. It's longer, a little more chatty. Still have been talking about what's going on with the work, but not as instructional. This is not with that same purpose. All right, that's right. Let's go paint. Now I need to enable something so I can paint again. We're just kind of getting the line work on here so I can kind of see where certain things were supposed to hit. They don't need to stay that way. Just going to be good reference. And then I don't have to actually go to the reference all the time. And I can easily toggle this stuff off. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to have these be elements that sit on top. Not sit on top, but they're separate tools. I'm going to do it by masking and then creating new geometry. And this is really nice because it's just a very simple procedure. The results are super quick. All right, and we'll do the same thing on the cheeks because we might as well because it's a similar kind of thing that's happening here. Now I'm going to turn off the paint so I can kind of see what we've got here, and I'll clean it up just a little bit. When you have the color or the painted image on, it's very hard to see all the bits. So it's always good to turn it off and kind of go through and fix anything that looks weird. Now, since this is line art, it does make it a little more challenging. If it was actual color and solid, I probably could have gone in and masked just the color, and it would have made the mask much quicker. But honestly, this doesn't take like a ton of time to do. But normally, that would be a little bit more ideal, only because we do like to be efficient when we can. Okay, so now we're going to extrude or extract. Extract is what we do. And we can see a preview of the extraction. That's way too big. So we're going to drop 178. It's kind of like the go-to that I've found. 0.00178. Just type it in. 0.00178. And then that's a little bit more just right off the surface. And I can accept. Now I have this new geometry. Now it's not as clean and tight as masking, but there are ways to fix that. One of them, you can go in, it's still masked. This new object's masked. So you can go in and just smooth, and it smooths out all the outer area that's kind of blown out and retains the mask so it cleans it up. So now it looks much closer to what we did. Another thing we're going to do is we're going to mask everything but the backs. Why isn't it working though? I fear we've hit one of those points in the night where, oh, it worked. Yay. Never mind. Just kidding. Yeah, we're going to bring this back into our model just a little bit so we have some good collision. Then we're going to reverse. What I'd like to do is blow this stuff up a bit. We're just going to inflate a little bit. Just to give it more depth. I'm bringing it off the surface, and we're going to smooth it a little bit as we go. And then we'll end up cleaning it up just with like the move tool here and there. Right now I'm just using the standard brush just to kind of like puff up and like raise the center just a little bit. And then I go back in with a smooth brush to kind of bring it all in. It helps kind of get that somewhat puffed, kind of a scar look that we want. That's kind of what these things seem to be like. Kind of scarred flesh. Does anybody have any nice plans for tomorrow, for Sunday? Talk a little bit about how today went for everyone. What's everyone's Sunday looking like? Are you going anywhere? Do you have a usual Sunday routine that you're doing? Ooh, and this is kind of cool too. So when you change the color of some of the objects in general, it's kind of nice. You're working on Sunday? Ah, not fun, dude. I'm sorry to hear. What are your usual days off then? Does that mean that you have some days off during the week? Or is this like an overtime situation? 'Cause yeah, I know. I have worked on Sundays before. I mean, technically I'm working on a Saturday right now, and I'll be working tomorrow as well on Sunday. But this is more labor of love and necessity because I have taken this side job on top of my regular job. So I also will be working tomorrow. I might even stream again tomorrow. I don't know. It depends how I'm feeling. I probably won't. Like, all right. Ooh, that looks cool. Let's see. I'm sure I'll have to do some crap I don't want to do. Yep, that sounds about right. Yeah, let's do another save. Hello, we got those done. And then there's these little bead things. Looks like there's four on either side. Let's use these again. These spheres have been very helpful. We'll probably make these just a little bit bigger. I don't think they're very readable at the size that they are in the art. So I'm going to make them a tiny bit larger. Might even move some of this stuff just to make it work. if my earbuds do go out. You know what? I'm probably going to do it right now. We're going to do a switcheroo. Okay. We have switched from my earbuds to my other microphone. And this one actually picks up a lot more sound, I think. So that's why you might hear my air conditioning ambiance. And you'll also hear my mouse click. He's probably real good. Okay, so that goes there. This one goes right about there. And one goes why isn't this pinching? Oh, I know. I need to turn off the thing that I use for the color. Here we go. Okay, so this goes roughly about there. And then the last one on this side goes about right there. Okay. Now this one goes right about there. And then this one goes right about here. We got one right above this tip there. And this one is right about there. Cool, cool, cool. I think that is all of the little ornate details on this guy. Aside from the eyebrows, he's got clearly ornate eyebrows that I'm going to have to sculpt in. So that's what we're going to be working on next. And we're going to probably stay on for another, I don't know, 20-30 minutes. We'll cut it close to 9:30. Sorry, I'm just doing some side stuff right now before I hit the eyebrows. All right. Let's let the autosave do its thing. I'll do a manual save. Then we'll work on these eyebrows. So some of it is just going to be me kind of like massaging the shape a little bit at first. Ads are starting soon, so if you're still here and you're still plagued by ads, please stick through for the last ads of the night. I appreciate you, all of you. This has been a lovely evening. I'm not sure if we're gonna do another long stream like this anytime soon, but I feel like it's been pretty successful, and that is large part due to all of you who came to hang out. Mostly got that shape done. I'm gonna kind of figure out this area here at a higher subdivision level. So I'm not gonna mess with it too much until we get there. But that general shape is better. All right, and we're gonna do the same thing roughly here. This one
also not too upset about its initial shape already. The other one didn't really feel like it was there. There were some bits and bobs that needed to be adjusted. This one actually looks pretty close. It's just, again, this last bit right here. Cool, cool, cool. I actually want to go on this, and I want to get rid of the design elements that were stuck on that. Did you say the markings are scars? I don't know, but they're scar-like to me in this because they're like raised and they look like they're flesh. They might be things that are applied. I don't know. I couldn't tell you for sure, but I'm treating it somewhat scar-like in the fact that I want it to be kind of like this puffy addition to the surface of the skin. So they seem scar-like to me. And even if they aren't like legit scars, they still could be. That's kind of like the nature of the tissue, you know. Okay. Now I've already kind of moved this stuff, so it's not lined up exactly anyway, but this can help me kind of get that shape. I'll be able to more quickly kind of like draw this on. Still a guide. Right. And this feels like I can move some of this over. But I don't want to move all of it over. This is where some of that artistic license comes into play. Kind of like where it's sitting now. And mostly it's because of the way it is in 3D space. I don't want to bring it too far over because I like where it sits in the profile. Okay. So now this kind of curls up here. Cool. All right. Now, next one. And this is very interesting because it's a different kind of swirl. Because it kind of comes from outside. Okay, and then it kind of comes up here. And then we get a little bit more of this material coming up. With a little bit of a crease there. And there's also a little bit of something going here. Nice. Okay. Let's get this underside bit. Home stretch. Again, sorry for getting so quiet. It's one of those things where I'm like, so close to the end of the night and getting to where I wanted to with this particular piece. And I'm just like really focused. And I think that is pretty much where we are going to stop for tonight. Let's get that kind of downward look. There we go. Let's go. Cool. So there we go. Here is the new addition to the Odious family of heads, the Ronin Oni mask looking head. We started it tonight and we're pretty close to finishing it tonight. So that's good for me. That's good for Wade, and that's awesome for you guys who got to see this come to life. Crazy progress in one night. Yeah, thank you, thank you, thank you. Luckily, I had some good starting materials. Still, probably a few more hours of work, I think. It's insane how fast you do. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate it. Um, I said part of it is just like when you have good reference to like freaking Bobo's amazing work. It's just it makes it that much easier. Amaze. Yeah, someone who's seen. Let's see, who's seen Hail Mary. Yeah, let's save this again. Boop. Save. But yeah, and I'm gonna go ahead and one more time before we go. If you don't already, please follow Bobo. Also follow me on Instagram. You can find me there if you don't already. I know a lot of you do, and I appreciate it a lot. But yeah, here, follow me here if you don't. Follow me on Instagram and also my YouTube channels where I put all or most of my VODs. I don't know if I'm going to put this one up because it's just super long. So this one is probably going to be one of those one-time deals. All of you that got to see it, you're lucky. But yeah, thank you all so much for hanging out with me tonight and for supporting me and supporting the Odious project. It's really cool to get to work on independent toys, and I've gotten to work on a lot of toys, and Odious is still one of my favorite things to have worked on and to continue to work on. I really, really, really love it. Even when it gets hard and it's tough to find the motivation, I still am really happy and feel very lucky that I get to do this. Not only for a living, but to also just work on this project with a good friend. It's really cool. So, with that, any last questions or thoughts from chat before we close it up tonight? And don't think I forgot, because we are gonna do it. Let's see. We're gonna raid. Suspicious ravioles. See, control copy. Paste. So let me do this. I want to do this right. Let's see. Thanks for hey, thanks, Erwin. I really appreciate you hanging out tonight. It's awesome to see you in your streams and to see you in mine. So that's really cool. Again, congrats on the success on your Kickstarter too. Super cool. And with that, everybody, stay creative. And we are going to raid out to Suspicious Ravioli. Good night, everybody.